Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Saudi Sports Investment Forum here in Riyadh. So yesterday we explored the foundations of a rapidly evolving sports economy, from investment and youth empowerment to tourism, technology, and the growing role of capital and media in shaping the sector. Today, we move from vision to execution because the real opportunity now lies in how this ecosystem is delivered on the ground, how clubs diversify their investment models, how entrepreneurship is nurtured within the sports economy, and how the private sector is playing a defining role in enabling growth. So throughout today's discussion, one question will guide us. How do we translate ambition into sustainable, scalable impact? Please join me in welcoming the first session panelists, Mr. James Bisgrove, CEO of Al Qadsiya Club, Mr. Fahad Al Ansari, CEO of Al Fayha Club, Mr. Bassem Al Biladi, CEO of Al Ansar Club, and this session is titled The Experience of Local Clubs in Diversifying Sports Investments and will be moderated by Mr. Bassem Ibrahim.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير أصحاب السمو
Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished and honorable guests, the second day of SIF 2016 in Riyadh, and I think up to so far it's a very exciting experience for all, and we highly appreciate your participation and unlimited support for this initiative. Mr. James will have simultaneous interpretation. سوف تكون هذه الجلسة تجمع ما بين اللغة العربية واللغة.
This whole topic and how the clubs today are doing after the privatization efforts, after several milestones. But tell us a little bit about yourself and how is your mandate going so far with Al Qadsiya Club?
Well, good morning and salam alaikum everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's brilliant to be on this panel with my esteemed colleagues. So my name is James Bisgrove. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Al Qadsiya Club. I joined Al Qadsiya in 2024. And as I think you'll be aware, Al Qadsiya is a club that is undergoing a transformation since it's been privatized by Saudi Aramco. And it's a club with a very clear strategic outlook and quite a lofty ambition, I may say. You know, we have an ambition as a club to be the leading club, not only in Saudi Arabia, but in Asia, on and off the field. But we recognize that that takes time and we need to put in place the right foundations. So we've articulated before our strategy, where we focus across the different areas, and looking forward to expanding and articulating that a little bit this morning.
Amazing. فهد يعني تجربة.
This experience, I think, a new experience in the Saudi league as the executive management of one of clubs, and the Fayha is not is a great team, a great club. When the experience started, so what is the motivation behind this kind of transformation of Al Fayha Club? Thank you for having me. I received a phone call from Al Fayha. The president of Al Fayha Club asked me to be at the executive management at Al-Fayha Football Club. At the time, I received managerial training and training courses and coaching. So I have this course and pathway. At the same year, I completed my professional career and excused at the year the next year I received the same call to join Al Fayha club, and it was very ambitious undertaking, and I hope that this will drive Al Fayha team or Al Fayha club to be one of the leading the leading club. Mr. We're gonna explore various experience. Mr. Basim, right now you are leading one of exciting experience, the acquisition of Al Ansar club in Medina Al Munawwara. If you reflect on such kind of experience and your passion, because we had a previous conversation regarding this topic. Good morning, and thank you, Basim, and thank you for the Saudi Investment Forum. Basim from Al Ansar Club. Al Ansar, one of the 10 oldest clubs. Ansar is about 74 years old, and one of the clubs joined the professional league Al Ansar of in football, and in terms of the area, one of the largest club terms of the area. I totally agree that we have, this is a very emotional part of our journey. We work as a family of Bladi, and Basque, one of the key supporters of this club. As a matter of fact, when it was going to privatization, it was a golden chance for us from different aspects. It's a duty for us because it's part of our hometown town history. How to maximize the assets of this club. It's a mix between a desire to enter and to benefit from the sports transformation and from the investment point of view, but driven by a passion and emotion regarding the Medina Al Munawwara and the club, to make it a very competitive club, but with the support of our community. So the final words that I would, any transformation going any transformation taking place, you should be part of this journey and this endeavor. So we joined this journey to be part of the transformation. We are gonna سأعود إليك جيمس. نعود إلى
one of the first 8 clubs to be privatized in the history of football in Saudi Arabia after Neom. Definitely I'm not going to say the big 4, but they are basically, because of their popularity in Saudi, they have been named the big 4, and taking them to putting them under PIF, and then we had Al-Qadsiya, Neom, Al-Sugur, then Al-Ula. Tell us, what did you see when you came there the first day? Did you think that this is going to be a huge challenge? It's going to be a massive, milestone to do a full transformation of the club, or did you see anything promising when you first arrived?
Well, I think if we rewind back to shortly after the acquisition, when the ownership, Saudi Aramco, took over the club, I think that was a real turning point in Al-Qadsiya's history. And Al-Qadsiya is a club with a wonderfully rich history. We recently celebrated, I think it was 32 years since we had the AFC title in 1994, the Cup Winners' Cup. So it's a club with a great history. It's a club that's connected to the community. But of course, with the privatization, the ambition and the strategy went to another level. So what was inherited, I would say, by the ownership was limited in a lot of ways in terms of infrastructure, human capital, processes, but the potential was huge. And that's why I said in the introduction, it's a club that's undergoing and has undergone a transformation. And I think as we start to put in place the right foundations, whether that be in terms of our sporting performance, whether that be in commercial, whether that be in our governance and the way that we operate, the way that we as management report to the board, the staff, the vision that we can articulate, that I think is what will represent for us that point of difference in terms of the results on the pitch.
So fixing the house from the inside first.
Yes, building blocks and putting the right foundations in place in terms of people, processes and infrastructure.
Okay. Amazing. فهد نفس الشيء. I mean لما رحت الفيحة انت
when you joined الفيحة, I think when what you feel it's urgently needed to be changed as executive management to affect impactful change. What are the key decisions that you have taken? The key steps is the foundation and infrastructure. It's very instrumental if you have a product which is the player. In الفيحة, فيحة is not one of it's not a big company, a big club, or not acquired by a big company. So you need to focus on your talent and your people. You need to nurture and develop the skills of your players, because they are the key assets of the club. This can generate a huge revenue and income. So we paid attention to infrastructure, to play what is required by the player to give us what we aspire for. So this is what we focused on. So we mainly focus on the academy, and the academy we exert huge efforts. And I think next year we will do more work and do more and more for the players, because this is the key building blocks that we should focus on. This is what generates for sure a huge revenue: the infrastructure and people and the players, and the development of the age groups, and create the right conditions. For producing the promising players and the future stars. It's no secret that the technical work is closely related to the economic part, meaning the right technical decision of selecting a player with the view that this player one day will be one of the superstar player. This can better serve the club for years to come. So the ultimate goal, how to build and create an excellent and superstar player. This point we're gonna discuss. Our discussions is gonna revolving around Bassem. The same challenge: you have acquired a club owned by the state. So I think you have a lot of challenges and long history and journey for transformation and development. We need to have your insights, the first decisions taken to develop the club and to take it to the next level. The key challenge that we have faced, our club is a club with the great history and rich history. It has one of the largest revenue and facilities and resources. Our club suffered, had a lot of managerial challenges. If we focus on privatization and the acquiring the club, it took 11 months, and frankly speaking, at that time, any transformation undergoing wouldn't generate tangible outcomes because of this managerial vacuum. So the professional league. It was a milestone for us, and the next challenge that we came to the helmets of the club a month before the end of the season. The point raised by Mr. Fahd, if we have the infrastructure to nurture and to create the age group and cultivate good links and bonding with the community for the sense of the belonging and ownership of the club. So we started with the age group, especially for the grassroots and for the young players. We had only one pitch, one playground. Right now we have different we have different playgrounds and pitches for the age of 7 to 10 and five playgrounds and pitches combined, and building the human resources and governance and selecting the right people and cultivating good links with the Medina community to feel the ownership of this club. We're gonna delve into the strategy of each club and أعود إليك مرة أخرى سيد جيمس.
I have a very weird question when knowing about the clubs. I mean, it's not just in Saudi Arabia; it's also a global thing. As a CEO of a club, are you only required or asked to bring trophies and championships for the club, or are you also asked and mandated to watch the financial situation of the club and make sure that the club doesn't go bankrupt, or is it just a mixture of both, or is it just your responsibility to run and manage the operation and make sure there are no big failures and let the players do their thing? This is a very important question for all the CEOs out there. I mean, is it achievements, or is it the economics and the financials of the club? How do you see it, and where do you see the position today of you as a CEO?
Yeah, so it's I think all of the things that you've mentioned there is my responsibility, the responsibility of my management team, the board of directors, to deliver on the mandate and the vision of the owner that goes across, I would say, a number of pillars. So you mentioned winning trophies, of course. Sporting performance is paramount. That's what we want to be.
But is this like your top priority? I mean, what is usually your top priority between all these things?
Yeah, so sporting performance is absolutely the top priority. So for our men's football team to be promoted last season, to finish fourth, to reach the King's Cup final, to now be at the top end of the Saudi Pro League, looking very, very promising that we'll qualify for Asian football. These milestones and that on-pitch success is absolutely paramount. But it's not singular. It requires the organization to support that. So governance, financial management, growing our revenues, and developing a commercial arm is also integral. And we're also measured on that. We're also accountable to that as a management team. So those two, I would say, core priorities have to work in unison. But we're also very passionate about how we develop talent. So young players, as my colleague here was saying, we now have across Al Qadsiya Club 30 players within football that are representing the national team across the different age groups. Within multi-sports, we have 80 athletes that are representing Qadsiya and Saudi Arabia. So this is something that's really, really important to us as well. And that comes from youth academies, and that's where we're investing a lot of our infrastructure, a lot of our coaching, and a lot of our recruitment as well. But alongside that, we also are very, very focused on how we engage with supporters. You know, my colleague, the CEO of Aramco Stadium, was on this stage yesterday talking about how amazing this facility is going to be, and you know, we're really, really honored and fortunate as a club that will become our new home. And that means that the way we engage with supporters, the way we grow our fan base, will go to another level. So we're really focused on that alongside engaging with the community. As a club, on an annual basis, we have 150,000 members of the community in Al Hobar that come into the club. We open the door to them, whether it's the Ramadan season, whether it's open training sessions. So it's very important that we retain that connection to the club. So I give you those reference points because sporting performance is absolutely paramount. but it's not our singular goal. It's a strategic focus across a number of pillars that ultimately we believe will support the team on the pitch.
Amazing. And we're going to go back because this is a great opportunity to speak about your engagement with the community and the impact on the club, of the club on the community. Fahad, أبغى أسألك نفس
Mr. Fad, I'm asking you the same question today. You are required to achieve trophies and championship. I need to understand your today the club focus more and mainly on the championship and financial sustainability, and some clubs might need financial supports or the support of the board and honorary members, and so I need to know as CEO of your club, what is the major focus to achieve more championships and trophies, or the financial sustainability, or financial performance. This is all emanates from the strategy of the club. The board, the board since come to the office, that it has 4 years for a term of 4 years. So one of our key goals to pay back our debts. So we are building and set our goals, and to achieve such kind of targets and goals, including the youth academies, and we have 2 players representing the national representing us in the national team. This is one of the key goals. One of the key main goals is the value of the market value of our club, how to increase this market by the quality of our professional players. So I'm going back to the first point. It's appropriate and the right technical decisions, the selection of the quality of players, to create this kind of the market value. This will in turn will increase and drive the market value of the club, and we could construct a hospitality facility or a hotel or a restaurant, and this can create this kind of fixed income, but it wouldn't be able to expand. So our key product is the player who is able to grow with you. It's better than to have a fixed asset. This is our strategy, and this is the premise that we are working on, how to develop our talents, which is the player, which is the key assets. This is a very good policy and approach, focusing more and mainly on the young talents and the grassroots, and to export your players to the first national the national team. This can create a financial sustainability for your club. Mr. Pace, from your own part, you have a different position because you have taken the club from your club, not from in the Premier League or from the professional league. Is it required from you that to improve the performance of your club, or and mainly focus on revenues and financial sustainability? So it's we cannot ignore the sports performance and results, and this required patience, and being patient. Yes, we are patient to achieve this kind of results and the performance excellence. And we have this kind of milestones to achieve each one in turn, and I think it's a result, not a cause, to have the right infrastructure to receive and create a safe environment for the players and their families, and coaching system. After that, you can focus creating the right environment, processes and governance. So what is your strategy to get out from this bottleneck? 5 years. It's a 5-year strategy, and I put much emphasis it's a result, not a cause, to create this financial sustainability for your club and to cultivate good bonding with your community and uh, and to better serve their own community, not only to receive support, financial support, or and to be part of this social fabric. We are so fortunate, and we cannot give the credit for ourselves, but it's up to our supporting supporting local community with this kind of diversified demographic community, and so we have this kind of huge and massive opportunities, and the symbolic name of the club, which is and with the depth of the name. With the engagement of the local community, engagement and the visitors. So if you ask anybody about Ansar, the Ansars, those supported Prophet Muhammad, so you can have this kind of link of this story or this narrative, the historical narrative, and this can increase and drive the market value of the club. Thank you for mentioning brand. Said James إلى العلامة التجارية ننظر إلى العلامات القادسية
huge potential and a very bright future. And with every brand comes investment and partnership and things that you are going to invest in this brand to make sure that you have the maximum returns on your organization overall. So you have your biggest partner, which is the owner, Saudi Aramco, and then I wanna listen from you a little bit about how do you look at investment partnerships and all these aspects in order to maximize your impact of the brand, basically the image of the brand, and then the final returns on the brand. It doesn't have to be financial returns, but I mean in general.
Yeah, exactly. I think partnerships for us is a really important, I think, vehicle for how we're seeking to develop the club. So if I think about us wanting to maximize our commercial revenues to take the club towards a point of financial sustainability, which is part of our long-term strategy, then some of the commercial partnerships that we have and we're developing play a really, really critical role in that. And we've been quite, I think, successful in developing both international and local partnerships here in the kingdom with a number of different brands that are also then activating Al Qadsiya in different areas, whether that's our supermarket partner, Tamimi, where you see the products there, or Nova Chewing Gum and Limna Bang, all of these organizations, they have their own customer base. So that helps us to expand our own profile as a club. I would say broader than the Eastern Province as well, because of course that's always going to be our home, but we have an outlook beyond that across the kingdom and also on an international basis. And I think another type of partnership that's playing a really integral role there are the partnerships that underpin our academies. So we have a number of partnerships even with schools, with universities, with government entities that have allowed us to develop an academies program now which has got six sites, primarily within the Eastern Province, but we opened a new site recently in Al Hessa. We're looking at other sites around the kingdom. We've got 2,000 players that are of different age groups, different levels, that are wearing the Qadsiya brand, that are engaging in their school communities. They're getting a football experience, and for us that is really important. It's important because it's also a player identification tool. So we've taken the best of those players, and they've actually graduated to our elite academy.
Amazing. I think, again, I want to give full attention to the community and the impact, but let's take it gradually. Fahad, brand.
The brand of Fayha as a club, as a sports organization, or a sports enterprise or organization, how can you view this brand? And today, do you have actual investment, real investment from the board and honorary members to activate this brand? And what about the yields and the financial investment ROI of such kind of brand and the club? we have achieved 70% or 75% of the targets that we have set. The first target is the expansion of the academy. If I give you a prime example, if the Barcelona Academy, if you ask any coach that I will sell players from this academy, this is it would be taken for granted because we have created a brand for the academy, the standards, the standard with the high value. So at our club, we aspire our value growth will continue and persist. One of the key goal of the academy, how to go beyond our country. The market value when increase, you will have the brand will be expounded as a result. So the expansion of the academy and the important significance of the academy across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, this is our prime goal, and the expansion and to go beyond the national border. So this is an idea, this is this opportunity. We enhance, we drive, and we elevate the awareness and education at the level of different entities and agencies, and to promote the sports of the sports academy to be integrated into the public and private schools. And I think we have a room to attract and to cooperate with the sports academy. Mr. Bassem, we have discussed the 5-year strategy for your sports organization, but a strategy for the brand to or for the club company to generate tangible revenue. Have you put in place specific actions and measures to achieve as such? We announced a month ago a high qualitative initiative with the cooperation with the Minister of Education, creating a talent school, a sports talent school. We built this model, a government school, which turned to be a talent school at the middle stage, and will continue to from the primary stage to the middle stage. And I can say that will create highly performing students in sports domain, and I think this will meet the needs of the market, and just to fill in the gap between the market, the sports markets, and the education ecosystem. And we focus on the sports parts, and we focus on the niche markets such as Al-Fayha and Al-Ansar, to support and to boost the academy from the early age, and to build the DNA of the club. This product will be ready to present the national teams and to move to other international teams. This is the business model that applied by clubs around the world that pay attention to the age group. The other point, or the other aspect, which is the real estate, the real estate sector. We are developing a hotel for for camping for the national teams, and it's linked to the facilities of the club. So we aspire to cooperate with the Ministry of Sports to host the Al Medina clubs, and will create a training facilities. And Al Medina Munawwara, there is a growing need and a demand for hospitality facilities, and this is better serve the age groups, and we have about 53 matches for males, so we have a huge demand. And the other point, which is the school, a private school, Al-Ansar school, in cooperation with other operators as Boulevard. It's a community arena with the this is to enhance the social fabric and the local community. So Al Ansar is part of the social fabric of Al Medina. And the museum. This is it's not only the club, but the story of Al Ansar, who are the Ansars as extension, and this is how can reflect the history, the rich history, and this is will increase and post up the cooperation and the revenues for the community and the people around the club.
Yes. A hotel, a school, and a museum. Are we going to see one day maybe a school for Al Qadsiya Club or a museum? I'm sure maybe it's something you guys have considered. But I want to see, what do you have in mind? I'm originally from Khobar, by the way. I was born in Dhahran, and I've seen Al Qadsiya facilities. I visited them 1,000 times. We used to play football with our friends when we were young over there. But I want to see, what's your plan for the community? Are you planning to enhance your image for the community, or are you planning to even just give them more and let them later love you or hate you? It's totally up to them. But I mean, the community around Al Qadsiya now is very important. This is our final maybe a topic of this panel. But let's see how you see the community engaging with you.
Yeah, so the community engagement, as I said, it's something we're really passionate about, and we stand behind that in terms of our actions as well. So Qadsiya hosted a Qadsiya festival on the Corniche of Hobart a few months ago, an amazing event for the community, a chance to engage with our players, but there was also other events there, music, cultural. It's just a moment for the community to engage with the club. As I said, when we had the Ramadan festival at the club, we had 130,000 people came to the club in those couple of weeks. We had a futsal tournament, we had a lot of different activities that for us allowed us to really reinforce that touch point and demonstrate that we're truly a community club within Al Hobar, which is something we're really proud about. To your point on a museum or infrastructure, yes, we are looking at a number of projects that will help us realize the club's strategy. We actually opened the High Performance Center for our men's first team. Maybe you saw the video.
Yes.
It's an unbelievable facility. So
one of my favorite opportunities, the High Performance Centers. Yes.
Something fantastic for Brendan, for Nacho, all the players to have that as a facility every day for them to reach their pinnacle performance. We thought was something very, very critical. And we're building on that. We're investing in facilities for our multi-sports. We're investing in facilities for our academy. And our academy facilities development is hand in hand with the Aramco Stadium project.
Amazing.
Again, my colleague Matt was on this stage yesterday, so I don't want to repeat some of the highlights that he gave, but it opens a new universe, I would say, of opportunities for Al Qadsiya in terms of how we're going to engage with the community. As Matt said, it's going to be a destination. So the community supporters will come to the stadium. We think 300 plus days a year. There'll be restaurants, there'll be entertainment. Of course, there'll be Qadsiya match days, and it will transform the experience for them. So we have a lot more in the pipeline. The museum is one of them. I'm not going to say too much more about that now.
Very nice.
But yeah, much more to come to build on what we've already established within the club.
Very nice. I love these plans and wish you best of luck in those. Fahad.
أطيب الحظ. What about your impact on the community and how you handle this kind of relationship? What is expected and what they anticipate from you? We have multiple goals, and to mention in any national event in Ramadan, we have direct a link with the community, between the community and the club. We have two clubs, Al Faisali, and we have our fans and our audience base, Al Fayha. We have fan base, and how passionate they are. So we are so interested to bring them to our training days. So the link and the loyalty with the club is there without any kind of efforts. We make so we have achieved more than 60% of our target to attract young people and families. It's not only for Al Fayha. but in other clubs around across the kingdom, the fan zone in the match day, in the national events, and gatherings in Ramadan and festivals in Eids. So the board is so keen to be at the premises of the club to get the feedback of the local community and how to develop this kind of base. I keep saying that a club is not only limited to specific individuals, but it's a club for the community. And by the community, Mr. Basim, I have a different question, and I keep asking this question for you today. We'll share the answers with the audience.
We can say two things. If you encourage the club and you go with Al Ansar, I believe this is a different experience, and still the transformation is going on across the sector. Still the private clubs are still few, and the clubs have been going through different transformation. I believe that the biggest transformation in Saudi Arabia is privatization. Along with Qadisiyah and other clubs, we've been now come to a point where we understand that it is a different experiences, and this is what is really required. So we need like more than one experience, and we have different pathways. So for us, Al Ansar in 2021, it was the 5th in the league, and it was in the Premier, in the cup competition, and I was with Al Ansar. So then I wished I could go there down, but I couldn't, of course. And later in 2012, last year in the Premier, I have a tweet I made. I posted a tweet. It's still there. Al Ansar was like threatened to go down. I mean, so I hoped the SAF to increase the number of the clubs. It was like about 13, so that Al Ansar. I hoped Al Ansar would not go down in ranking. Today I am now the executive officer, so my ambition is so high, how we can help supporting Al Madina and the board of directors and the fandom, so we can like retell our story. It has such a great history, bringing back to the front. For me, what is it one thing that you did, you feel that it is great? You cannot be always satisfied, but one thing I feel very happy is that Al Madina townspeople should go back to their club, so that you can have a good fandom base, so that you can market your club and market your activities, and this requires a lot of planning. This is fully rich discussion, panel discussion. This is an
الحضور الكريم شاركوني تحية
big round of applause. Thank you so much. Your attention is highly appreciated. Thank you.
MLS Sports تفتح الفرصة لعلامتك التجارية لتكون جزءاً من أهم الأحداث الرياضية. اجعل علامتك التجارية محط الأنظار. تواصل معنا على hello@mms.net.
So we've just heard how local clubs become
الأندية المحلية أصبحت
wider investment landscape, exploring new models of diversification, sustainability, and growth. And in many ways, they represent the foundation of the sports economy, where strategy meets execution and where innovation first takes shape on the ground. This next panel will be exploring building and promoting entrepreneurship in the sports economy, and it's my honor to introduce the next panelists. Engineer Sultan bin Abdulaziz Al Humeidi, CEO of the Social Development Bank, Dr. Abdulaziz bin Mohammed Al Suwailman, CEO of the Saudi Authority for Intellectual Property, Mr. Anas Al Mudaifa, CEO of the Human Capability Development Program, Dr. Murad Douglas from the German Chamber, and this session will be moderated by Mr. Abdulaziz Al Gayama. And the session will also be in Arabic, and the headsets are available at the entrance.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, the question is not about sports, it is about the economy that makes this kind of sports. We are talking about an economy that goes beyond million of billions or hundreds of billions, and of course these brings a lot of companies and requires sustainability. That's why we need to talk about how we can move from passion to sports, building businesses and building initiatives all the way up to the making of a market. And for us here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is considered a key driver, a key player in the global sports sector in terms of competition, in terms of like investment, in terms of big companies, big businesses, the world countries started to invest in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the sports sector. So I believe this forum has created the most appropriate panel discussion and the key speakers to further speak about different topics, different themes, different foci. I also imagine that the questions been developed will focus also on such event, and which is very important for us as well. So we need to make questions which are more appropriate here now, and we'll start with you, Mr. Sultan Al Hamidi, the Executive Officer of the Social Development Bank. I believe the most important is how does the Social Development Bank contribute to making the sports programs and projects and the role it plays across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most beneficent, very good morning to you, and thank you so much for the invitation and the greatly organized forum, and a lot of people have been there attending the forum. Big thanks go to the organizational team, as the executive officer, Mr. Ibrahim. Great and ample opportunities have been made available along with the exhibition. A lot of people have been visiting the exhibition, and we hope this kind of support will always be there. The first part, which is very important, is the public image, about the sports sector. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Vision 2030 has shed a fresh light on the volume and the interest placed and attached by the government to the sports sector. I'm talking about different sports and games. Football is not just the one, but it is, of course, widely interesting. But also, we're talking about in 2025 in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, 32 billion Saudi riyals have been invested. I mean, about the sports economy in 2025. That's only in this year or in that year. Equally important, the great government support helped to increase the sports facilities all the way from 1,800 sports facilities all the way up to 4,800 facilities. Given this great government support, helped to enhance the quality of life and also the sports exercise and practice, which has been there up to 59%, which is a great trigger, great driver for the community engagement. If we go to the bank and we see the government support coming from the Social Development Bank, we see it is such a great support. It has been there operating for about 54 years. Billions of Saudi riyals have been provided to 10 million citizens. So we have started like supporting 900 facilities. This kind of support, we are very keen. We have two types of supports, as funding from 50,000 all the way up to 10 million Saudi riyals. We don't provide only the financing support. What is good about the Social Development Fund is the non-financial services provided by us, because we always don't start from scratch. So always start from the Social Development Bank. Dullani Center would help a lot because we transformed our branches into service hotspots across the 13 regions, providing the non-financial support and services like feasibility studies. Any bottlenecks, any challenges would be, of course, would be addressed by the Social Development Bank. The most important is Lang Gym in Al-Ahsa, in Al-Ahsa city, in Al-Hafuf, financed by about 3 million Saudi riyals, about 16 employees. This is a club financed, funded, continued as always to engage people in such kind of activities. Well, truly said, Mr. Abdulaziz Swahili, Executive Officer of the Intellectual Properties Authority. We do know that the authority plays a great role in terms of entrepreneurship, promoting in terms of the way how assets, non-tangible assets, can be transformed into promising opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Abdulaziz. Big thanks as well go to the audiences, and big thanks go to the organizers for the great invitation to best answer your question and to give you what it felt detailed. The authority itself plays such a great role in understanding how non-tangible assets can be transformed into tangible assets so that we can maximize the economic return. As Mr. Sultan said, we look into the economic impact or return, which can be reflected on the quality of life, which is very important for the life of people. But just let me imagine a snapshot in one of the fields. The playground well designed. We've seen different, we've seen the Aramco playground. It is like also the jerseys, the fashion, the clothes, technology used across the playground in terms of monitoring, tracking, are all or can be all registered for property, intellectual properties, and also the billboards through which, of course, a lot of things can be made up in terms of tracking. Also, everything can be registered. The technologies used across the fields, the floors, also the grass planted, grown, can also be as intellectual properties. The cheers sung, the jerseys, the trademarks, the brands, whether jerseys or the clubs, can also be registered as intellectual properties. All these are different pathways for intellectual properties that can be registered and protected. Additionally, also the commentators can also be registered, everything relating to the live stream, the broadcaster. So if we look into the intellectual properties concept with this kind of wide understanding, we can better understand the intellectual and economic impact of value. Let me just cite some examples. The non-tangible value in automobiles, 20 all the way up to 50%. It can be up or down depending on innovation. In pharmaceuticals, from 50 to 70% in terms of the intellectual assets and properties in sports. From 70 all the way up to 90% is the value of the non-tangible assets, which confirms the importance of this issue. If we take, for example, Nike as a sports brand, the value of the brand is up to $29 billion compared to, say, a Rajhi brand, which is the biggest one here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, 7 billion. STC, 17 billion. King Faisal Hospital and Research Center, 1.7. With this in mind, so the balance between the impact and the value of the non-tangible asset for sports investment is the highest, or is higher, way higher than other tracks, other pathways, which is a great opportunity for everyone interested. Everyone around here either has something like a video or a brand or a picture, or at least has a persona which can be protected as intellectual property or a kind of marketing. This all should be registered, protected by the intellectual properties. With this in mind, this has been well reflected on the numbers of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, after injecting, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has injected 120 billion Saudi riyals in the sports sector. We've seen demand on the number of innovations. 2,000 innovations have been patented in terms of different technologies. 1,400 patents have been registered in terms of medicine or sports medicine, which all ensure that intellectual properties is a key driver for the transformation, the non-tangible assets into tangible assets that have a great impact, economic impact, in addition to the commercial brands, for the clubs such as sports, gaming, exercise, and others. Thank you. Well said, truly said. Mr. Anas Al-Mudayfir, I believe. Sorry, no microphone is on. If we look into entrepreneurship, how do you assess the readiness and preparedness of the human resources, and how the journey can be well enhanced and developed across the different sectors, including the sports sector? Thank you, Mr. Abdulaziz, and good morning. Peace be upon you all. I'm very honored and excited to be here on board with you on this panel discussion. Big thanks go to the audience and the organizers of the forum. Entrepreneurship in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has seen great activation ever since Vision 2030 has come into play. We've seen great competition and competitiveness in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, locally, regionally, and globally, as a hub for entrepreneurship across different sectors. Name it, big companies in 2018, 2019. No single unicorns there. We've seen a program for unicorns, and they all start as unicorns and then traded on exchange stock. While generally speaking, the trend is now focused on the emerging digital companies across different sectors. We've seen big activity and movement across the digital emerging companies across the sports sector, which is a great trend, not just local, and with the different activities or events being sponsored and hosted, of course, like this forum. It's a platform bringing together investors, speakers, entrepreneurs, and different entities. So, honestly speaking, today the program is working to empower Saudis to compete globally across different sectors, and one of the most important segments is the entrepreneurs. So we wanted to establish entrepreneurship as early as possible across different universities, colleges, schools. So there is a educated focus on entrepreneurship to be well developed across the sectors. So anyone specializing in the financial management should be aware of in financial entrepreneurship and digital companies locally and globally, and the opportunities made available. Of course, we invested hugely in accelerators and incubators at the level of universities to enable companies, emerging university companies, to enable also research and development, innovation, to best benefit from the emerging companies, and also the patents and the intellectual properties registered across the different centers of research, innovation and development. One of the most important programs we've been working on is Tech Founders program with the IT and the communication, the purpose of which is to develop like unicorns start from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with high impact, global impact. The opportunities are ample and huge. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has hosted and is always hosting big sports events, more than at a value of more than 100 billion over the past 6 years. We have a great competitions, great events, global events yet to host here in the sports sector. This is all to create more opportunities, hosting AFC sports next year and the World Cup in 2034. This all creates more demand, great opportunities readily made available. Our male and female entrepreneurs are having a great appetite for these great opportunities. We've seen this today. The sports sector is going across different sectors and also creating demand across different sectors. Sport has been a very important component across our lives, and we've seen the sports avenues, events, location sites, the sports avenue. It's urban development. It is all around sports and games, exercises, the big transformation across the different esports games, and the global competitiveness and the high volume of investment. We are proud of the performance of the Saudis and the Saudi companies in sport, and we started to export heroes or making global heroes here in Saudi Arabia, esports games from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It is a promising sector that has a lot of overlapping areas. No single educational entity that has no sports facilities. Each and every one actually has such a great sports facilities, such as like healthcare, medical sectors, rehabilitation. So the volume of investment is huge, and the diverse ideas are also a huge, like this forum and others is really a great opportunity to create more opportunities and build more partnerships, like locally, regionally and globally as well. Thank you so much. Mr. Sultan, what are the key challenges faced by entrepreneurs, and how does the bank help to reduce and address this before getting engaged into the market, whether before or why or in the market? Based on our experience, the bank has funded about 50,000 facilities. The key reason is the fear to fail, the fear of failure, and this is probably because of poor organization relating to either administration or management or finance. But if we look into the sports sector, they have its own challenges. If we look into the seasonal revenues and returns, of course, this is something that we see a lot, because each and every sport and games have their own season, and also accessing to financing and funding. We have challenges relating to the new ideas of entrepreneurs. They get in there and they need to be there for the appropriate financing and funding. Also competencies and competent individuals. We see good ideas, but the thing is that it is difficult to find competent people or competencies to operate such a project. What is it that we're provided at the bank? We are very much keen and willing, through our financial services, such as like Dunani Center or others, we've been able to help entrepreneurs to start from scratch. We see the ideas, the feasibility study. The most important examples, we have two telling examples. The exercise of the athlete Alia Al-Husseini. She looks at this kind of a sport as not common, particularly among ladies. and she started the idea. She came to the bank before crystallizing anything. She wanted just to create a club for this kind of sport. The consultants helped her to crystallize the ideas, and then she received the funding and she opened the center. The center is there, the paddock. It has a branch, and at the beginning, of course, she faced a lot of difficulties how to reach out to the target segments of society or community, but she has been and now she started with 500,000 and she has now 14 employees. This is one of the success stories that has seen the light. Also yesterday I was with His Highness Salman bin Abdullah bin Mohammed, the executive officer of the Jockey Club and also the Equestrian Club, and I remember that Al-Ta'i side, which is for equestrian, it was in Al-Ha'il, of course. The sports, particularly when it comes to business, it is a passion. So this great man loves horses, and he opened the stable. He received, of course, the fund, and he put about 4 billion Saudi riyals. The good thing about this is that his house was transformed to the stable, next to the stable, the whole thing, and he lives there, providing all the services, and started to develop it. When I've seen him last year, when I saw him last year, a lot of, there is a part of service that provided to those, which is the medical part, particularly the veterinary services. I'm talking here about like X-ray. If you have something like in Ha'il, you need to bring it back to Al-Qasim or elsewhere. So this is one part where we are working, of course, for like the distinctive features, and we hope, I promised His Highness that there will be like a special meeting for the equestrian sector. What is it that entrepreneurs can be engaged, reducing the fear of failure? Mr. Abdulaziz, in the journey of entrepreneurs, may not be financial relating to the service provided, probably relating to the protection of ideas on intellectual property. How does the authority help to support entrepreneurs by protecting their ideas and by, while operation, and also expanding such assets into investment value that can be grown more and more? This is a valid question. Drawing on Mr. Sultan ideas, different times when you have the idea per se may not be sufficient to translate it into assets. Everyone is interested in this, of course. The inventions we are living now, whether in our healthcare or social or technological or economic lives, represent only 3% of the patents registered. The others did not see the light, or did not see the good investor to make things easier. Not all the patents should come from like laboratories, factories, or research, development and innovation. Some famous stories: one of the senior researchers in NASA in the States has about 700 patents, but all these are owned by the entities where he works. But to get more about his own, such as, like, for example, sprayers, like water guns for kids to play with. So it has been there across the world, and based on this, of course, like water guns has been about $700 million. Also, a woman did not like her face. She developed some belts just to use personally, but the impact has been there. Now, today, these kind of belts have been or are available across different pharmacies, and now have been. She's been there, and she has been one of the richest women across the world. What I want to say is that the idea can be very simple. So, if the idea owner is confined to one or herself, it will not have any economic value. But if this idea is developed and then goes to a financing bank or entrepreneurs to build this idea, registered, protected by the Saudi authority for intellectual properties, their value can be so huge and so big. What is it that we can provide? I would like to summarize across 4 sectors. First, helping in the management of the intellectual portfolio. How is it possible for him or for her to manage their portfolio in a better way to enable them to maximize the impact, the economic impact? One, specialized academy to provide more and more in different sectors, free of charge. Of course, last year we trained about 100,000 people across different sectors. A big part is now in the sports sector, because this is very important to maintain and to ensure that this will always protect the intellectual properties. Also, we have specialized clinics for intellectual properties. The good thing about these clinics is that they take the entrepreneurs, the idea owners, and then they incubates them and provide subject matter consultancies and advisory services in a better way. Number 3, enabling them through by spending. How is it possible for you to protect it against others? Because violating the rights of others is the most dangerous when it comes to intellectual properties. So bringing all these components together would help a lot to ensure that these assets can be transferred or transformed into tangible assets. One more thing is that we are at the final stages to build of building a platform where ideas can be translated into product. It will be like co-shared with the public sector and private sector. The idea of this platform, it is sharing ideas, non-tangible assets. We have now a platform for stocks, real estates. We will have like also a platform for non-tangible assets. If I have, for example, a snapshot like in a playground, and this can have like a great impact, and the Middle East will live stream this or broadcast this platform, can enable the press or the journalist to use it once, so the person himself or herself can invest in their innovation in such a way to have economic return. And by the same token, you can also have different ideas in intellectual properties where it can be transformed from a paper-based idea into tangible assets with economic value, whether at the individual level or the national level of economy. One more thing, awareness. Awareness plays such a great role in ensuring commitment and also maximizing the rights and intellectual properties. Today we are proud that there is a high level of awareness across the Kingdom of Serbia, all the way up to 71% of community, in terms of the minimum of rights on intellectual property, which helps to maximize the rights. As for, we're still speaking about challenges which can be addressed by the Social Development Bank and also the authority. The key challenges relating to the knowledge-based and the financial issues relating to the sports sector. How is it possible for the capacity building program to address?
We are interested in opportunities, not challenges. The Vision 2030 paved the way for creating ambitious opportunities for talent management and the job market as such enablers for having access to financing through the financing, funding, and the protection of rights. Today we have the Saudi the Saudi Intellectual Property Authority to preserve and to maintain rights and the empowerment and the enablement in terms of training, capacity building, monitoring, partnership, and events. Such kind of, we have massive opportunities, in particular with the advancement they are witnessing in AI and generative AI and the next generation and the high requirements. We have huge opportunities, and let alone the giga projects which create this kind of events or destinations, a high edge, a niche sports destinations. We have seen as such projects in Gidea which target the athletes. We have rafting 45 with the artificial rivers and waters, and we can invest in such kind of projects and the other destinations. The same applies to the other destinations like Red Sea, and for the other flagship events such as the World Cup. What is the intersections with the investors and international fans, and what are the opportunities which can drive and enhance their experience and promote the full experience, the broad experience in this sector. As I have said, we have massive opportunities. We have integrated ecosystem, and we firmly believe that we don't have such kind of challenges or hinders and obstacles which can hold back the growth. Before the vision, our main focus was limited to two sports. Today we have a multi sports sports economy. The opportunities are not confined and limited to the activities and events, but the system that completes this sector, and how to unlock and leverage such kind of opportunities. And the aim is to create setups which go beyond our national borders. Mr. Sultan, how the Social Investment Bank leverage this kind of enablers to support setups in sports economy. I will start. Dr. Abdulaziz in his intervention opened a window for us, for a new window that should be taken into consideration, and we are very interesting in fostering partnership with Mr. Abdulaziz and Mr. Anis. The esports has found new space and new room for the engagement of different entities. Right now have 35 and provide access to more than 35 entities, such as some clubs funded by this portfolio, and this is the portfolio that could be run. And today we have a very excellent program which has seen the light. Our partnership with the private sector in terms of the social responsibility, corporate social responsibility. The key players in each sector, Jahiz in logistics sector, and we have concluded strategic partnership, and Jahiz injected more than 30 billion Saudi riyal in logistics services, and other key players such as the Arabian Bank and Ma'ad, such kind of entities significantly contributed to create 360 60 million Saudi riyal to support the entrepreneurship. Such a kind of portfolio, we aspire to achieve 1 billion and to reach 2 billion to create job and scale up the economy. And we can do the same partnerships in the sports sector, and our doors are open, and we have this kind of ambitious goal to have this kind of partnerships, and we hope we can build such kind partnerships and networking through this forum, this forum and this platform to help entrepreneurs start their own business. Mr. Abdulaziz, when we talk about sports play a central piece. We are talking about violations and the pricey in the sports market. So how can you protect such kind of rights or the negative investment by the violators? It's a national and a global phenomena. The pricey of the games and matches, not only in football but in other different sports, such as we can see it's manifested in Olympic Games. I will start from the partnership, not fighting. As I said, the partnership, as highlighted by my co-panelists, this is a partnership with the community and with the creative people, because this is the genuine partnership which can create the impact. How can we cement such kind of partnership? Because the creative mind and who created this kind of IP. The first partner is the community who interested in IP, and we need to work with the community hand in hand to make sure that all their rights are maintained and they can contribute to the preservation and maintaining such kind of rights. We cannot achieve such kind of rights without the community engagement. So we are working at the three levels. The first level, with the first tier, is the community level. We have the hidden shoppers who visit shopping mall to trace and monitor the violation of IP through maximizing and raising awareness and inflicting penalties on the violators. And this has helped a lot to reduce the violations. And we are so interested at the national compliance. The national compliance, and the good news is in the report of the International Agency of IPI, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is ranking high in terms of IP compliance, and this is can be seen at the national level, and a true reflection of the compliance. And for the rights owners, who should initiate and proactive in protecting their rights. One of the creative mind developed a business model that be used in restaurants, but this model, which is a plate that some and he found some restaurants violated his patent. So we stepped in to settle this kind of disputes through different mechanism, conciliation and settlement, dispute settlement and mediation, to help this the owner of the rights to restore their rights. And we educate them how to get their rights through the regulatory framework. One of the photographer voted or took a photo in some background. It was posted and used by TV channels without mentioning the name. So we helped him to recover his rights, and with the suitable financial compensations, and the other media outlets preached the media rights of other media channel. So we helped them to get the rights through the strict application for compliance. The second level, the interagency synergy and partnership with the government agencies through ensuring that the trademark is and the Saudi customs. So, and we have tracing and the monitoring of the electronic websites in 2025. More than 5,500 websites blocked violating IP. Thanks to God, the kingdom reached to the level that they to trace and detect transmission which is violate IP, and we have this kind of gradual steps and measures reaching up to blocking such kind of sites at the IP international IP organizations. And the International Day of IP 25 Day, the logo of IP this year, the IP and the sports and our logo is the ultimate goal to incentivize in creativity and AI to ensure that we have a full awareness at the community level. The rights owner could proactively initiate the procedures to protect their rights, and we have international and national partnership to maintain such kind of rights. Thank you. Mr. Renes, the digital transformation, how could the impact of digital transformation on the sports sector? The digital transformation brings multiple effects on the sports sector. We have this kind of gadgets and tools and technologies for the analysis of the sports performance, and this can create sources of big data today. So how could we leverage such kind of data and create models, business models, models even for the development and the promotion of this kind of experience? We have a number of companies invest in emerging technologies and wearable devices and analysis devices. As such, it's a huge room, and we have promising opportunities, and we are able to compete in this kind of arena. And let alone the digital transformation and its role in digitization of gaming and esports. So we can see a huge and significant growth and the championships in this sector industry, and the heritage and the local sports, which can help us to create markets to take it much further beyond the national borders. The transmission and the transmission technologies, we have seen a steady growth, and how can we leverage such kind of platforms and to make them international platforms rather than just being national platforms. A huge and massive transformation driven by strong drivers, wearable technologies and transmission technologies, and we need this kind of integration between media agencies and manufacturing, and the centerpiece behind this integration, the idea which can be transformed into a product, and products and products ready to be used. Mr. Sultan, if you allow Abdulaziz. This is a very interesting talk and conversation. One of the famous IB, one of the companies investing in Formula. In one of the races, they installed more than 30 cameras to collect data, and this is one of the violating of the trade secrets. Gathering more than 30 terabyte of data. Such a kind of data helped the company for development. Such data was leaked to other company, and it was considered by the court. So linking the technology side and the rights protection can boost investment, and we should and we should be strict in protecting and preserving the rights. So, what are the standards to give your okay for giving financing? Is it up to the team or the business model or the profitability? To make it simpler, passion. If the entrepreneur, it's their idea, and they can take the responsibility of failure or success. So we mainly focus on passion. If the entrepreneur has this kind of the passion, the other parts will be easier. Mr. Abdulaziz, for the for the IP authority initiatives in the sports sector, the key initiatives we have request partnerships with the Ministry of Sports to enable for enablement of the sports industry, and we focus on three tracks: the full awareness of the uh, the uh, the um, the sports sector, the sports sector in general, and we have this kind of education and awareness to ensure that rights to be protected and registered. The next level to make sure that such kind of rights are protected, registered, and can be fully unlocked and untapped. And we are managing licensing, and there is a very important aspect linking sports industry with the licensing to exchange rights. So my advice to those who are interested in investment in the sports industry, they should have two important things. So the first thing, you should have policies of IP, clear cut policies for this kind of sector. Having clear IP policies can ensure for compliance, and the knowledge of such kind of IP to prevent and prelude any kind of dispute. And we have our own policies, and we come to the next level, which is the clinics, which provide the appropriate and right advice free of charge to register and to protect their rights. Mr. Anis, we are talking about the human capabilities, where you can see the huge gap between the entrepreneurship. Is it related to skills, managerial skills, technical skills, commercial skills, or understanding the market itself? As entrepreneurship today, it's not only for all, it's not for all. Entrepreneurship is not up to for all. Entrepreneurship in essence is built on passion. One of the key driver for entrepreneurship is skill, and a skill in a specific area, and excellent idea to be transformed into a product or a startup, and from a startup company into a serial entrepreneur, or from startup to another startup, to create this kind of momentum. When we talk about entrepreneur, do we have a gap? We have no gap at all to fill, but it's a sector. This sector, the percentage of failure in global entrepreneurship is more than 90%. the companies fail more than the companies or startup which can make success. It's all about the readiness of the market, the quality of the product, and the competitiveness in the market, and the failure in the idea or the resources. You cannot identify the reasons behind failure. Entrepreneurship and startups, 90% of them fail. The reasons behind the failure because the market is not ready. Those who developed a product developed it and the market is not ready, and we have seen local stories. We have a good idea, but the market is not ready and up to accept and embrace the products such as the electronic payment. The electronic payment, they tried to make success in the Saudi market, but because the right conditions and the market were not there, their ideas didn't work out or fail. And I think when we talk about entrepreneurship, we don't have this kind of gap. We are so keen to reach to provide the skill sets required for partnership, but it's all about the determination, the willpower and of the entrepreneur. The momentum that we are seeing today is exceptional. The entrepreneurs and the startups right now are going beyond the national borders. And right now we have some startups going IPO. It was a mission impossible. With the determination of the Saudi people, this goal has been materialized, and right now we are achieving more and more. Do you have a specific number for the startups in the company? Uh, uh, so part of the
Emerging companies and entrepreneurship. So we measure them by the volume of investment. It's been there 4 times over the recent 4 years. And today, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is the biggest destination for investment when it comes to emerging companies across the region. Equally important, the unicorns and emerging companies, more than $1 billion. It was before that we didn't have any of such, but later, of course, they become unicorns, and now we have a fully fledged programs, more than 10 companies registered, and also four companies that have realized the value, I mean, of the company, all the way up to $1 billion. $1 billion. Just imagine a small company been there making it up to $1 billion in a short period of time. Mr. Sultan, how can an emerging sports project be distinguished from others? Do you look into, in terms of funding and finance, do you look into seasonality, audience, in terms of like how connected it is to clubs first and foremost, as Mr. Anas said? First, the idea itself and the volume of the target market. This is critically important. We talk about across different regions. We're not talking about big regions such as Mecca, Riyadh, and the Eastern region. We are talking about around the kingdom, and 65% of the funding we are providing is across the regions unlike Mecca and Jeddah and Riyadh. With this in mind, these projects have been very common and widely spread. As I've said, are there any projects competitive to like entrepreneurs that, like what types of skills that they require or they need or missing, so that we can supplement such skills? Again, you start the operational stage, and most of all projects face challenges. As Mr. Anas said, over the first 3 years you will see the failure stage or features because it is difficult to manage marketing and capital. So that is why the operational part is very, very critical. And that is why we have to work along with the entrepreneurs how we can protect them. I mean, we came up with the idea of translating our branches into like tangible workplace based on analysis. So we've seen the funding or financing about 50 to 60% goes to loans, and it is there. And that is why we thought that it would be good to host it for 1 year all the way up to the operational cost will be reduced. Then the team can be pushed up so that they can go beyond the difficult stage over the 3 to 5 years. Mr. Abdulaziz, one final question in this panel discussion, talking about awareness. Is there any awareness by the sports entrepreneurs in terms of the intellectual properties as enough as such, adequately? Also, speaking of the mistakes made or the biggest mistakes made by the emerging sports projects in line with the intellectual properties, well, awareness is always there, a challenge wise. We cannot measure it like what we do across the authority, of course, in terms of housewives or students or government officials or private sector or even academics. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been there up to 79%, which is very advanced. But still, we are ambitious for more and more, awareness in terms of intellectual properties. Some good examples can be cited or figures. We know that there is an increase in the patents. But again, if we look into the sports sector, are all the clubs, do they all of them have sufficient portfolios to register their intellectual property rights on properties? No, of course. That is why we want to increase this. Awareness should always start from individuals. Each and everyone joining the sports activities should always have intellectual property, should be well protected. Awareness is a journey that starts from students. Thankfully enough, we have 1,600 learning content, educational content across the different, whether like science, mathematics, or culture, name it. So many students have been educated in terms of the intellectual properties, the purpose of which is when they come to the production stage, the product should be protected. Speaking of the challenges, the intellectual properties are not clear. Some disputes that come into play, of course. Why? Because intellectual properties are not clear at the beginning. You may join us, sometimes the intellectual properties may not be well explained or provided. That's why there should be a statement or document explaining clearly the intellectual properties and rights, so that I strongly believe everyone around, whether in person or virtually, everyone has such a great impact, a great ability to innovate and develop and create, but should always be there, should benefit from the enablers, the principles made by Vision 2030, so that they can be well reflected on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and reality as well. Thank you. I believe, apologies, no input.
If we could recap this panel discussion, the Saudi market is well protected and a promising market and full of human capabilities and with the growing sports economy. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would host flagship events, notably World Cup 2034. Entrepreneurship is a massive opportunities for the investors interested venturing this market, as long as we have the protection and we have the support and human capabilities in the market, abundant in the market. Thank you all.
اس سبورتس تفتح الفرصة لعلامتك التجارية لتكون جزءا من أهم الأحداث الرياضية. اجعل علامتك التجارية محط الأنظار. تواصل معنا على hello@mms.net.
Building entrepreneurship within the sports economy is about unlocking ideas, fostering innovation, and creating the conditions for new ventures to emerge and grow. But for those ideas to move beyond concept and into real impact, one critical enabler is required: financing. So how do we further empower sport through private sector financing and ensure that investment is both strategic and impactful? That is what our next panel will address: empowering sports through private sector financing. It's my honor to introduce to the stage Mr. Munir Khoja, CEO of Jameel Motorsport Company, Mr. Abdallah Al-Nemer, CEO of Nijam Sports Company, Mr. Khalid Al-Rubayan, Executive Vice President for Social Advisory at the National Center for Privatization and Private-Public Partnership, Mr. Khalid Al-Dosari, Chairman of the Board at Sport Incorporated, founder of Kura website. The session will be moderated by Mr. Abdallah Al-Busaili. It will also be in Arabic, and for our international guests, the headsets are at the entrance.
Hello, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to express my appreciation and gratitude to the organizers of the Sports Investment Forum for organizing the second edition, establishing for sports investment under the umbrella of Vision 2030. First and foremost, I'd like to say sports is not just like entertainment activity, it is an economy which helps to increase the GDP across the different countries. The question is now, we don't only invest in sports, but also how to enable the sector to make it more sustainable. In this panel discussion, how to enable sports by the private sector, we'd like to speak about how we make sports an impact value creating. First and foremost, I would like to welcome our great speakers, Mr. Munir Khoja, Executive Officer for the Sports Machine, Mr. Mohammed Al-Nimr, Executive Officer for Lijan Sports Company, Mr. Khalid Al-Rubayan, Vice Executive Officer for the National Privatization Center, and Mr. Al-Dosari, founder of Kura website. Welcome all on board. First with Mr. Munir Khoja. First and foremost, since you're leading one of the investment facilities here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, can we expect that sports in Saudi Arabia fully mature destination for investment, or is it is still a stake or a bit? We cannot say it's like a stake or a bit or fully mature. The benchmarking based on the countries and the situation or position. So we may be still at the beginning, and in comparison with others, of course, we've gone beyond this, of course. I believe as well it is the inspiring and motivating environment. So when we have all the components supporting sports federations, for example, players, groups, committees, and in addition to the fans. So this 5-star environment would help a lot and motivate a lot of investors to get engaged over there. A good example, we started like with the Saudi Federation 6-7 years back. We signed like sponsorship contracts. At the same time, we invested like also in races. We have about 2,000 races, and we helped to join them like in the races, and also we supported them in the global competitions, the local competitions as well. So we are always getting engaged, those who have a great passion, preparing them, and preparing, of course, the great fan base. We also been able to engage those who are interested, even like media professionals, and those who always would like to get engaged. So I believe this is very important. Our purpose at the end of the day with the Saudi Federation is to make the Kingdom of Saudi always at the forefront of this sport. Great, well said. Thank you so much. Mr. Abdullah, could you give us like a brief idea about what is it that has changed in terms of the sports investment? Peace be upon you all. I'd like to highly express my appreciation, gratitude for all the people organizing this forum. When we speak about the sports sector more holistically, particularly the sports clubs, investment has been growing, it has been growing actually, for different reasons. The first, the most important one is the government support and Vision 2030 promoting sports exercise across different sectors and its roles, direct or indirect, for healthcare and physical health and longevity. And this helps a lot, of course, to increase the number of people exercising sport. So sport is not an option, it is a must-do exercise to maintain your health and to be always there, to be always practicing, to enable citizens and residents to be always engaged there, to be at their best. When we speak about, briefly about Lijam for sports, Lijam, of course, is leading the sector. I also would like to welcome other local and foreign companies made or making it all the way here, coming a long way, of course. We're talking about penetration rate 4%. We are talking now 7%. We have 1,700,000 practitioners. And we hope to make it up to 3 million in 2030. When we compare the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with advanced and developed countries, of course, and of course it has taken time, alignment, consistency, engagement, contribution. It is a fully integrated, of course, ecosystem led by the government, motivating sports activity, movement, and this will be very much positive for health, public health, for community. The fruitful coordination, cooperation between the private sector and public sector, of course, will definitely increase to enhance and promote investment in the sport sector in the future. Mr. Khalid, welcome again. The role of the National Privatization Center is very important, critically important in supporting the sports sector. Could you give us a brief idea about this role? Thank you so much, Mr. Abdullah. Today, it is very important to explain this role, which of course works across different sectors, such as the sports sector. Today, we're working with 18 sectors, 9 of which are economic sectors and 9 sectors are community-based. The purpose of which is to work across different and to make privatization plans with with assets sale and or others. Of course, it was established recently, and we have concluded about 91 contracts. Some are 3 years and some are some others are about 30 years. And the value of the partnership is about 180 or 980 billion, 91 contracts at a value of about 180 billion riyals over the years. Yeah. This is as of 2017, as the year you started. True. You did contribute, of course. Yeah, of course. Again, we have the national privatization strategy approved, or will be approved. We are talking here about 200 contracts all the way up to 2030. So we have big targets. The sports sector is one of them. Could you explain the 200 contracts at which value? Is more or less like 100 or 200 billion Saudi riyals. Our work with the sports sector directly, and we will work closely with the Ministry of Sports to develop the infrastructure and the legislative environment, and the regulations relating to privatization are always enablers. And also we are working on structuring assets and projects. It has a kind of diversity in terms of risk between the public and the private sector. So whether public sector or private sector, so it is very important always to work, the purpose of which is to make the project sustainable enough and viable. I mean, our purpose is with the Ministry of Sports is to maximize the value and competency, efficiency. It is very important for the role of the government to be organizational, legislative, regulatory, and operations to be left for the private sector to ensure that our projects have a lot of developers. This is part of the objectives of the national privatization. True, yeah. This is to promote investments. True. When we make projects or create projects, we always want to bring together the alliances of partners, investors, funders. Equally important when we look into sports or the sports sector, the purpose is not just to look into clubs or facilities. Is a privatization center. When I look into other sectors, it is very important for me to see how I can link the tourism, sports, entertainment, so that I can create like sustainable certainty and added value as well. So I always need to look into this as a holistic view or way. Thank you so much. Mr. Khalid Ad-Dosari, I'd like to welcome you and thank you ever so much. You are the head of the board of directors. First and foremost, I need to know your own experience and expertise. Tell us more about the challenges relating to the investment, to the challenges relating to the sports sector investment. Is it related to the sports sector itself, or are these challenges different in one way or another? Thank you so much. Hello everyone. The most important thing when it comes to sports, because the most important stakeholder is the fans. The fans who play a great role in encouraging everything. So it is very important for investments to benefit from the fans, the passion of the fans and the fandom, whether like playgrounds or whatever. So when you look into the private sector as investment, they may invest in clubs, flags, brands, goods, commodities. So at the end of the day, it is the fandoms, the audiences. So we need to look into how the fans, I mean the preferences, do they prefer a certain club, a certain player, or a certain sport? So when you look into this as a private sector and a public sector, so investing in sport is not quite easy. So when you invest in a kind of club. So you do so as an individual, but when you do so in the sports media, then you do so. And we were the biggest website across the world country to invest, and the biggest platform across the Arab world to do so. And this is very important. There are, of course, certain destinations, certain pathways for investment. There are different, of course, objectives. So it is very important to see the fans and understand the fans. Thank you. Back to Mr. Munir. What are the opportunities made available? Of course, this has been changed. Of course, are there any doors open? Are the doors widely open for more investment opportunities across the sports sector? I believe the opportunities increased as of 2016. We have more than 70 federations have been established across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for different sports games. And also we have come to a point of investment more than 330 billion Saudi riyals across the sports sector. When we speak about sports, it's not the game itself. It has different pathways, fandom, fans, fandom, merchandising, broadcasting rights, the social media engagement activity. So it has a nucleus and it has a different opportunities and it has different pathways helping everyone to get engaged through different ample opportunities. A good example, for example, a school to teach and to train people how to drive a car or a motorcycle in Dakar. Last year, for example, when they're taking different pictures, and they were awarded and honored, of course, for such pictures. So definitely the opportunities are ample, but encouraging people and promoting people to get engaged is the biggest challenge. How can we as investors identify such opportunities? Since you are in the target, you understand the sectors and you understand the challenges, but anyone wishing to get engaged, how can they identify such kind of great opportunities? They need to attend, for example, such forums. The great opportunities are ample. They need to attend such forums, such events. They are there across the different exhibition, the different workshops here, the different. In addition, they can go to the federation where they want to invest in, or they want to get engaged, and they start communicating with them. They understand their strategy, and see the cooperation pathways, as we did with the Saudi Federation for the cars. I mean, we had a meeting with them, and we looked into the strategies, and we saw how we can support the private sector specialized in cars, and then we moved ahead to long-term partnership. This is what is required. So investing should be long-term and should not be 1-2 years. Sometimes investing in the sports sector may not be directly returned. I mean, cannot be linked to these areas. If I invest, for example, such and such, I should receive a return of such and such. This is not valid. Sometimes can be like the brand can be like common, and why the common? I mean, so that it cannot be directly. So long-term investment, I think, is the key path to get engaged. Mr. Abdullah, based on your expertise, can you give us an idea about the Saudi clubs after 5 to 10 years? How would you see clubs? Do you think that there will be profiting companies without the support of the government? And how do you see this kind of support? The question can have different parts. Anyone getting engaged into investing in the sports sector should understand the clubs. Win or loss depends on on good luck, of course. And you should understand the market. You should also understand the target audience, the products, the services, the city you are providing such services. Definitely, of course, when you have like government support in terms of the land provided for investors, this is definitely will lead a lot of benefit when you have like high activation of the relevant ministries such as Ministry of Health and encouraging sports. This will promote the people getting engaged in sports, and we've seen this across different regions in the countries of Serbia, but we have also seen this across the world countries. People like practicing sports at the end of the day is to maintain a good health status. When we speak about 5 to 10 years, if such a club or such a sports center is focused on sports equipment without a clear strategy to help the practitioners to achieve their targets, then this will be the structure, the strategy of the clubs and the sports facilities as well. So the government plays such a great role in supporting, and more supports comes from the investment in the sports sector. We have such a great team in the Ministry of Investment and Ministry of Sports. We always coordinate with them, collaborate with them, where a lot of challenges have been addressed. We've seen this recently, and we've seen a lot of concern, a lot of keenness, a lot of willingness, so that they play such a great role in enhancing the national economy. So these opportunities are made available after how much time? Well, it depends on the sports sector. I mean, the sports sector or subsectors. So you can have different forms to invest. But if you want to get engaged, you have the feasibility study, then you should expect some challenges with some alliances as well. They can do a lot. Thank you. Mr. Khalid, could you give us like a brief idea about the most important privatization cases in the sports sector, and how is it possible for us to support the sector itself and attractiveness? I talked about this. The two pathways for investment in privatization sector are the key pathway where we work largely. 90% of our work is the PPP projects, and also the other path is asset sale, how clubs are privatized, and we have 7 clubs that have been privatized recently for the growth and development authorities such as Aramco, Zulfi, and Khalid Al Ansar are good examples for privatized clubs. This is for asset sale, and it is clear if such an asset is sold, then the risk and benefit will go to the buyer and the asset owner. That the most pathway and the track we will be working on, and I believe it requires a lot, knowledge or market knowledge, which is known as PPP projects between the public and the private sector. And we also have a project with the Ministry of Sports, which is Faisal bin Fahad playground between the private and the public sector partnership. The good thing is that some cases are reflected as a PPP project first. If the project is more than 2 million and more, if the contract is more than 5 years, and if it has 2 out of 6, if the design, building, operation, management, maintenance, operation are for the private sector, then it can be considered as a PPP. So there will be playgrounds some playgrounds will be like based on partnership between the private sector and public sector. This should be very clear. The traditional method that is being conducted, for example, the government or the private sector, they invite like a contractor for 3 years, After that, the facility will be delivered to you. Then, as a public sector, I will be responsible for the risks for this asset as long as the asset is there. The good thing about the PPP, like you come and build, finance, operate, and then I contract with you. I buy the services from you to make it available for about, for example, 25 years. And this is not like an installment methodology. It is like to make it like to conduct distribution based on quality and quantity. So we believe that this model, what is like successful, it's not only there, it is there in water sector, in the health sector, and different sectors as well. So we have one of the projects, successful projects, also Faisal bin Fahd playground. Do you have any other playgrounds, stadium like? Yes, we may have. Big part of the AFC, of course, Cup, and also the World Cup will create a lot of momentum, a lot of motivation, such as supply chain in the sports sector, and we do expect that more projects yet to come, not just like stadium, could be training projects, other sport facilities, not just as stadium, also the areas around the stadium. We are thinking now that it's not just like a stadium or training facility. The question is, how can I create a fully integrated and fledged environment? Not this session, not this, the one before, on the first one, the head of the Al Ansar club talked about building a hotel around the club. We need to think of this, and the question is how we can create integrated project and not just like one standalone or siloed sport facility. So our role comes into play here in structuring and designing on the project. How can we like distribute the risk so that the project can be financed and funded by the private sector? Do you calculate the return for each project, for each program? Well, of course we do. The feasibility study conducted by private sector, we do so as well, ensuring that the project can be fundable and can get engaged into the partnership. Speaking of the asset sale, do you start in certain regions or you get engaged across all the regions? Well, asset sales of clubs or general? No, I'm speaking here about the sport assets. There is a program which is like privatization of clubs, looking into clubs as fully integrated facility and seeing how much they can be invested and how prepared. So the readiness and preparedness of clubs can be higher. Some others are higher in terms of management, governance, finance, and others. So once they are fully mature, then we coordinate with the Ministry of Sports. How can we go ahead with the project? Great, well said, truly said.
Is there a need for different forms and shapes of hybrid investment, combining international and the national investment, or each company has its own context and an investment? We have this kind of specificity of each country. For the prime example. The prime example is our state investment in sports in some sectors, in particular for services, technical, not operational industries. And give you an example, we have a huge investment in ticketing, ticketing system, and the physical examination, technical examination, developing a fan platform, and I think it's part of the sports investment and easy to investment because of the low risk profile of such kind of investment, but some areas highly require international and national investments. Right now, the international focus the international focus on the rapid generating profits investments investments in sports. Based on your experience, is it high risk or one of the low risk and medium risk? Sports like any other industry, you have high risk investment and low risk investment, regardless of the industry. Sports, at the end of the day, it's for a profit in kind of business. You should have a feasibility study to decide to invest or in sports sector, regardless it's high risk or low risk. For instance, people who participate in the coverage, this is a small investment with the low risk, and we might have risk in Formula One or any other. It's a high risk investment at the same time. So it's all about the desire and the appetite of investor in any kind of risk profile they would prefer to venture. Mr. Abdullah, how we could build a sustainable economic ecosystem and financial ecosystem, sports financial sports ecosystem, and how can we attract local and foreign investment or international investment? Any ecosystem, sports or other. We should have feasible study. So as we highlighted, we have a number of risks in sports investment. We should start with the feasibility study, and the results might differ based on the enablers and the catalysts are in place, and with the engage of the competent authorities such as the National Center of Privatization. We take it from the integrated approach, so structuring for the feasibility study. And today we are talking about the sports clubs. We are talking about locations and selecting the locations, the scale of the club, the community they serve, and the products offered for the customers in a way or another. When we talk about the foreign investment, they are after the opportunities in promising sector, and with the high clarity. They would have the appetite to explore more and to find more details. If you have concerned authorities at the Ministry of Investment and Sports, they have potential investment, and I think this forum showcase this kind of opportunities, and we have this kind of the round outside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to showcase this kind of opportunities, to attract such kind of direct foreign investment to the sports sector, and cooperate in full cooperation and synergy with the regulatory agencies, which have this kind of direct link to such kind of projects, to set the regulatory framework which can enable the foreign and the national investment. So today, as Mr. Khalid highlighted, the role of the government, there is approach today instead of run and holds an asset. It could be given to the private sector, but it should be bankable, and those who are interested will look into the details for the bankable projects. So to be ready for the local and international and foreign investment. Mr. Khalid, what is the strategic impact expected on the investment in the sports sector, and how can we maximize such kind of benefits and to make them flourish and grow? If we look at the prime goal as a center, how can we create a paradigm shift for the sports in the sports sector? For instance, regarding governance and competitiveness, driving competitiveness. If we enhance the role of the governance regarding clubs and other, how can we enhance competitiveness as well and transparency in the sports sector, and how can we transform the private sector from government subsidies to be a self-sustained sector, and the ministry will act the role of the regulator. So what we have, what we are seeing right now down the roads, could it happen partially, wholly? So, but the journey should be a continuous journey. So how can we help the private sector to significantly contribute to job creation, and this is to be a job creation source, and to be to complete the entertainment and tourism sectors. So today we will continue, and we are forging ahead with and supporting the ministry through the cooperation and harmony and synergy with them in projects and partnerships. But today, how can in terms of technology and in sports and make this sector built on ticketing and
تعزيزها وانها تكون موجوده اساسا في البيئه التنظيميه
ticketing transmission rights. We are updating our plan for privatization in a constant manner and to look into maximizing our assets. Do we have a specific statistic for the volume of the sports investment or the assets and investable assets? When I talk about investment, we are talking about a comprehensive strategy for privatization. It's a holistic approach. It's not only selling the assets or the partnerships. When we talk about the privatization of partnerships, you are as if you are saying that it's like the constructions and building projects. So we don't have specific numbers and statistics for partnerships, but we are working on Faisal bin Fahd Stadium, and we might. It might extend to the other stadiums and sports facilities. Do you have any role for financing the private sector, supporting the partnership through this kind of approach? As a matter of fact, and typically speaking, financing, we wouldn't offer the project for the private sector until we are make sure that it's bankable, so the partnership with the private sector, we do this kind of bankability test for this project to make sure that this project is bankable or not for bidding. So before any kind of bidding, we do this kind of intensive efforts to study, investigate the markets. We meet the key stakeholders such as the financiers and investors to make sure of the bankability of this project. So we wouldn't offer any kind of a product until we make sure and make certain that we are certain that this is a bankable project. We know for sure that regarding the economic sectors heavily rely on the technological advancement. So what is the role of the sports sector? The technological advancement was in the benefit of the investors, or open new horizons and doors and windows in investment, sports investment. So technology plays a centerpiece in sports in sports landscape for the analysis of the performance of the clubs using and leveraging the technology, and it's very successful endeavors, and the introduction of the AI as a new wave. It's being fully leveraged, and I think in the we are working on AI in sports. This is our main focus, which will open and drive the growth and reduce the dependence on the developers before any kind of developing any kind of technical project. This is by using the technology we reduce the human resources and save the cost and save time as well and efforts. And we use technical tools to track and trace data for the behavior, examine the behavior or the tendency of our audience. So it's very important to engage technology, which both serve the investment community and the beneficiaries. For the investment in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, no doubt that the government agencies provide assurances and enablers for the private sector, and this is part of for what we need, especially for the private media entities and agencies, just to convey the messages that we have a huge potential at home, and we need to encourage and promote. Mr. Jamil, so what is the largest gap from the private sector perspective in sports investment? Is it related to the human capabilities able to do this kind of investment, or the clear data required for such kind of investment? And I think we have two factors. One is about the private sector. The private sector is a little bit shy to invest in sports because we don't have this kind of mindset and culture over past years. The investment or the investment players were a few to mention, and in specific locations and areas, and mainly speaking football. So having such kind of boldness to venture this kind of industry and for investment building to build an integrated action plan, it's very necessary and essentially. And this is the boldness and the coverage of the private sector, the incentives. The incentives of the same industry to the private sector to attract and to engage the private sector in this industry. When you have specific incentives in terms of human capabilities, human resources, terms of human resources, financial resources to be able to invest as a private sector, it's very essential, and such kind of incentives will encourage the private sector to enter this industry. For the human resources and the capabilities, we don't have any kind of an issue. We don't have any kind of issue in this regard, when it started with the Saudi Federation or other and a sports federation and the Premier League, it was a new landscape and a learning experience for us. But by the end of the day, it was a win-win situations for all stakeholders. Mr. Abdullah, sport is associated in way or another for the fluctuating results of the teams. So how can we maintain the benefits for promotion and relegation of such kind of clubs? So you have set a very sensitive tune. It's a very multifaceted answer. The protection starts with the clear plan and and anticipation to anticipate what is not anticipated and expected, and to have the appetite for the risk, and with the identification of the risk profile and excellent team. I think this is a recipe to anticipate what should be anticipated and expect what should be expected. This is the protection methods to have a specific plan which is not accurate and and I think this is for the fluctuation of the market and results, and this is part of the equation, and should have a plan B and C, and the system should be ready and resilient enough to handle such kind of fluctuation results. What is the optimal role of the government? Is it enabler or regulator? And another question: are the rights of sponsorship are they sufficient for the clubs? The role of the government today, the operational part should be set aside for the private sector, but the role of the government should be regulatory, strategic, generally speaking, because as Mr. and my colleague highlighted today, the private sector is so keen on return. So it might be a better and optimal position to handle the risks regarding such kind of projects, whether they are high risks generated by demand or other. But we should focus on a specific aspect. In the sports sector, we should leverage what's going on, such as Asian Cup, the privatization of the clubs. We have seen many clubs such as Al Qadisiyah, Khulud, such kind of clubs, even if with a very short span of time of privatization, with the next wave, I think it will complete this kind of journey and take the sports to the next level, and even the partnerships, and through the Ministry of Sports or the National Center of Privatization, we announce our projects. So please stay tuned and visit regularly our website to be updated. How could we compete the global markets? Should we innovate a competition in a different manner at the local and regional level? So in Saudi Arabia, we have a fan base which have this kind of burning ambition for sports. This kind of ambition and the passion. Sport is passion, and so we start from the passion to develop new concepts for sports and apply, and we have a huge market which could could accommodate such kind of new concepts of sports, and we shouldn't forget right now we have this kind of infrastructure and environment and huge attention and due attention for the services provided for this kind of growing sector. And to be realistic, we should maintain and to develop new concepts in sports, and we have a huge room to manipulate and to manipulate and to leverage, and we have we have untapped potentials of our young people, and we encourage and promote startups. We focus on such kind of new ideas and startups. The final question: how could we encourage the entrepreneurs to invest in sports sector? Entrepreneurs, yes, entrepreneurs. I think the next step for any entrepreneur, especially in sports sector, is passion. Try to find the passion to invest, because in the sports arena, passion is the greatest fuel for all and the key driver for all, and it's organizations, fan, players, and other stakeholders. So finding your passion will help you. And based on this passion, we would look into the details of the commercial opportunity and to conduct a feasibility study to try to find enablers from the government agencies and the private sector. At the end of this session, enriching session, I would like to extend my thanks to the panelists. Thank you. And the time ran out. And to recap this session, the sports investments are profitable. We have massive opportunities, and the passion is the driving force behind investment in sports. I would like to thank our attendees and the panelists as well. Thank you.
MMS سبورتس تفتح الفرصة لعلامتك التجارية لتكون جزءاً من أهم الأحداث الرياضية. اجعل علامتك التجارية محط الأنظار. تواصل معنا على hello@mms.net.
So as was just discussed, private sector financing is playing an increasingly important role in empowering the sports industry, providing the capital, expertise, and partnerships needed to turn ideas into scalable impact. But as the ecosystem matures, attention naturally turns to where the next wave of opportunity will come from. So where are the new horizons for sports investment opportunities? And what will define the next phase of growth in the sector? That's exactly what this next panel will tackle. It's my honor to welcome to the stage Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Shahrani, Chairman of the Board of the Saudi Cycling Federation, Chairman of the Board of the Saudi Cycling Federation, Mr. Ali bin Hussein Reda, Chairman of the Board of the Saudi Rowing Federation, Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Saadan, Secretary General of the Saudi School Sports Federation, Mr. Darash McCade, Senior Advisor at Team Jaco Al-Ula, Mr. Mohammed Al-Mohammadi, Head of Strategy, Retail Urban Development Company, Mr. Naif Al-Darwish, General Manager of Partnerships and Products at Modon. And this is moderated by Mr. Mohammed Al-Kanas.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most beneficent. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this panel discussion, which is about new horizons for sports investment opportunities. On behalf of the panel discussion and the forum management, I would like to welcome everyone, the speakers of this panel discussion, starting from Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Shahrani, and the officer of the opera for cycling marketing and the senior advisor of Muhammad Al-Muhammadi, the executive officer for the strategy sector for retail urban development. Mr. Muhammad, welcome, and I would like to welcome Mr. Naif Al-Darwish, the head of the partnerships in Medon Authority. Welcome all. I'd like to start with you, Mr. Abdulaziz, and you are the expert when it comes to Saudi cycling sports. I would like to ask you now, recently we've been talking about the support coming from the public sector, and cycling has been very common here in the Kingdom of Saudi. Could you walk us through this kind of development or support, and could you also tell us more about the position of cycling in the Kingdom of Saudi? Thank you very so much for this question. We as Cycling Federation, as a sport, of course, recently we have been able to promote cycling as sports. We also received generous support from the public sector, I mean the government, whether at the level of the clubs or amateurs. We have our strategy for the clubs and also for the federation as well. The strategy brings us to the Olympics 2028 and 2032 as well. Some requirements for the federations to be provided by the private sector as a key partner, as well as by the public sector, to further support and of course in perfect alignment and harmony with the public sector. support to create quantum leap or quantum leaps so that we can have better access to achieve our strategic plans at the highest levels. Speaking of cycling as a common sports, or it's been ubiquitous across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, well, the private sector entities, companies do need like to get more engaged and more and more. Mr. Abdulaziz, many of the people don't know actually one of the school sports federation conducts tennis sports or tennis activities with this kind of development and transformation and the activities of the federation. This also includes male and female students. Could you tell us more about the position of the federation and the opportunities made available? First, could you be close to the microphone, please? The federation today is a key partner to other federations. We work in line with other federations to discover and explore talented individuals, whether individual or groups. So the federation is building a strategy to help achieve the objectives, of course, by such talents who can help to push the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia across different sectors, different sports and games. So our role is considered as a small Olympic committee. The federation is a key partner with other federations with their own objectives. Truly said. Mr. Ali, you are a man who manages the federation for rowing, and also you invest a lot in sports, and also you're caught up with the different activities in the in sports investments. Could you tell us more about this stage in terms of investment and also in terms of the activities of the different federations? In the name of God, the most gracious, the most beneficent. Well, the federation of rowing, and which is very new to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it was established in 2018. We, of course, first participated in AFC Championship and in 2018, and we have achieved a good position among the best 10 racers or competitors, supported or coming from by His Highness, as he has seen the potential for the sports to grow more and more in the kingdom. Our first role was to define or to introduce this to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I mean, the citizens and residents. So we could say the response, the appetite for this kind of sport, as we expect, we are beyond our expectations, which means that we needed to increase our resources so that we can address the demand. Also, the federation, the rowing federation, as a sports, of course, was more and more. And we also participated in Tokyo competition, and we developed all the way, not just like one representative for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in 2018, all the way up to 20 players or representatives for the rowing federation or sports across the global competitions, males and females, seniors and young players. So the federation has grown and the activity has increased, and we need more support. And the government entities, relevant entities, have made great jobs, great efforts, as we see, as we've seen and heard in the previous session. Of course, more than 70 federations across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So the government supporting all the federations, but we always see what is it that we can achieve once we receive more support, more potential is promoted. Here comes the role of the diversification of resources of the federation, and to invest more and more in this kind of sport in the kingdom. Mr. uh, uh, Mr. Darwish, and you are specialized in this kind of sport, which is not very common in the GCC countries or in the Arab world or Saudi Arabia. The question is, how have you been able successfully to promote this in Al Ula, and you've been able to successfully to make it like a product with a brand and increase the number of the people?
Thank you very much for the question. It's good to be here with you. I think from our point of view as a UCI World Tour men's and women's cycling team, which is the top Premier League of cycling globally, we saw the kingdom was investing in sport at a level quite unseen in many generations some years ago. And when we approached the Royal Commission for Alula for a partnership, the fit was seen pretty quickly, because Alula wanted to promote itself on a global stage as a luxury tourism destination, and the sport of cycling from January in Australia through to the summer in Europe and China, America, is a global sport. So the opportunity to promote Alula was there, and it's worked very, very successfully for 5 years. During this time, we've come together with the Saudi Cycling Federation, formed a partnership, because I think our global high performance expertise can really assist to accelerate the local and national development of the federation. And we've been creating some programs together, which is going to help in a non-traditional cycling country. Cycling for many years, not just in Saudi Arabia, but around the world, was seen as the poor man's sport and poor man's transport. And yet now, if you go to Silicon Valley in the United States or the City of London, for example, you'll see CEOs cycling and Prime Minister cycling. So the technology advancements in cycling, it's become more like a Formula One type of sport than a simple sport. So I think the ecosystem of cycling globally has had its decades-old inefficiencies, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has a really interesting opportunity to create a new ecosystem here for cycling. The government are investing in infrastructure. Global entities like ourselves are coming here to bring our expertise alongside the Cycling Federation to create a culture of cycling. Cycling and rowing, for example, are two sports that need technical equipment. They're also very physically demanding, both rowing and cycling. So the pathways are not, I mean, we're always very jealous of soccer, because you get 22 boys, you have two jumpers as your goal posts, and off you go, you've got a football match. Whereas with cycling and rowing and sports like that, the equipment is so, and even more so today, it's more Formula One, carbon fiber, marginal gains. So our global expertise coming in and helping the Cycling Federation develop, both from a technical and also a performance level, it's very exciting for us. And just seeing generally the sporting ecosystem here in Saudi Arabia and where it's come from in such a short time, and the ambition, it's very exciting.
Mr. Mohammed, as an officer responsible for working across such a great urban company, any kind of cooperation, coordination with any sports company or businesses, you understand their dreams, their ambitions, and their requirements to develop so that they can be more attractive for the private sector to support, to invest, to enhance, so that they can reach up to higher levels in the sports sector. From your own perspective, and what are the improvement or areas for improvement? First, hello everyone. I would like to express my appreciation, gratitude for the organizers, honored and excited to get engaged for the second edition. Of course, here we have developed the urban development, and we've been there for about 12 years. Recently, we have a multi-purpose project portfolio. In the two cases, of course, the quality for life was very important as a component in 2030. So it was a must-have component as urban developer to have this kind of component across our project. We've been always committed and keen with our projects like clubs, gardens, parks, but now we have more focus that this project or that product should have a sports facility. That's why we started focusing on sports, and what we see now in the AI revolution, that people are now experiencing, not just like 50 years but 10 years, are now experiencing sports facility engagement. That is why we need to cope up with the requirements of the new future and the quality of our life. The sports sector and how important it is and how linked it is with the urban sector. The Saudi family, they have their own requirements in terms of like sports facilities and the sports services and products every day, every week, every month. So the key component to it that we are always keen is to create this sport investment is based on or can be applied to different sectors. As urban developers, it is very important to create a social and sports club, which can be a key driver for marketing purposes. So we've been successful to create a partnership with Wadi Dijla in Egypt, and they have such a great experience and expertise when it comes to operating the sports facilities. They have million numbers of success stories. The target is not just like in the sport ecosystem to produce elite players have been there up to gold medals, medalists, and they have great awards. Their teams, their players, their clubs are now in the English Premier League. So there is economic, social, and sport and entertainment dimensions, and also as a completion of the urban development sector. This is in a brief the kind of investment as urban development to create a big entity within our neighborhoods, and this could to play a great role integrating the different facilities, the different sectors. There are other dimensions. We can cite some examples when it comes to urban development. This is the kind of thing where we can have like a key component across all our projects. It'll be always a destination for all the Saudi families. Thank you. Mr. Naif, some say that investment in sports, giving private capital from the public sector to the athlete or player or the end user, but there are different types of investments where we can talk about infrastructure, logistics services as well. The question is, how do you look into the current situation or baseline? How can we improve it? Thank you so much for this question. Modern looks into the sports sector as a key enabler for big industrial and development. Economically speaking, in sports investments is expected to contribute up to 50 billion Saudi riyals, which is, and also the indirect contribution is 3 times in comparison with other sectors. Before launching the strategy of esports, we did not focus on the sports investment. Recently, with the national industrial strategy being launched, we started to specialize part of modern resources to enhance the sports investment and enhance the infrastructure, the purpose of which is to create a supply chain that is fully integrated for the sports sector, including the technology zones, factories such as ready-made factories, and also logistic services. Recently, the sports investment has increased, and we have special factories. I think also more opportunities are there and to achieve more and more. Mr. Abdulaziz, Mr. McQuaid talked about cycling, which is like expensive rowing also requires equipment we cannot have easily. With this in mind, this limits and reduces the number of practitioners, people exercising this. How can we solve this problem? The second question is, if the number of the people exercising cycling, how can it impact positively? As Mr. Mikhail said, he is a key partner for the Saudi Cycling Federation, and we always support our partnership with such kind of work. Today, we have JICO, is a company, is a strategic company with us across all the races or engagements and participations. We have another strategic partner, is a Jersey, as it is a partnership, or it's a partner, of course, and we have different companies that work with us as key strategic partners or investors. We work together. Today, we always hear that cycles or bicycles are very expensive. The gear and the equipment are very expensive, where clubs cannot have easily, of course. We are always keen to have sales points for such cycling equipment and gear, so we always conduct such studies by the Ministry of Economy to have like a cycling factory and the equipment and the gear, so that they can help to promote and make them more common, easily accessible for those interested in cycling. At the Sports Investment Forum, we are providing more opportunities, big ones, where we need to have like a sports race, arena, track. The previous forum also provided some opportunities. Some were successful, and we hope this one also will provide more opportunities for cycling for investors, strategic investors. And I hope it will be such a great investment opportunities for cycling and other sports games. Mr. Abdulaziz, a school sports federation is led by the Ministry of Sport, but what are the opportunities for the private sector to have it engaged and also to promote the number of people interested in the Saudi School Sports Federation? Receives a lot of support from the Ministry of Education based on the activities and events conducted and hosted around the kingdom. The School Sports Federation around the year, academic year, has a lot of initiative programs, projects, awareness raising initiatives, and different championships. Today, the private sector is a key partner when it comes to the role of sponsorship and talent scouting, discovering such talented students and such champions to always be there, to always continue. The Saudi School Sports Federation is building a big base for the practitioners, planning to have like technical headquarters for the federation with a lot of factories, laboratories to analyze the talented students in close cooperation with the relevant federations. We will have like sports facilities to provide better service for the schools and also enhancing the market value for the Saudi School Sports Federation. You talked about that after 2 years it has participated in Tokyo Olympics. You talked about big numbers and also the increase of the number of the people practicing, and this is not quite easy. It is also attractive for investments. while we don't have a lot of fans, I mean fandom, how can we market the rowing sports as a game? There is something common for youth, which is fitness. Fitness is a common area for all youth, whether we exercise rowing or not in the gym. This is the first step, and the difference between rowing in a gym and rowing in reality is the technique, how you row while in water, while in a boat or kayak or whatever. But technically speaking, in terms of the physical fitness, I mean the fitness, the stamina, it has a lot of appetite and passion. Also, like rowing using a machine is part of the exercises and the practices. So we carry out competitions across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to attend such activities. I mean, to attend the rowing exercises, like hundreds of people come. Yes, we have water on the Red Sea and the Gulf Sea, but rowing as a sport, I think most of the people here one day started to row or do it. Our mission is to provide opportunities to as many people as possible, those interested and those having appetite. Our focus is on the classical rowing and the coastal one as well. And thankfully, of course, our success is very important. And I've said that the first one was in 2018. In 2025, we won 32 medals, global medals, 12 gold, 10 silver, and 10 bronze. And so we have different age groups, so we participated a lot. So the good news about the rowing sport and the federation is there and active. The rowing sport needs financial support, because if we talk about the machine itself or the other tools, whether they are very expensive, and we do need support and capital. And here comes the capital. I mean, the role of the capitals, whether by the Olympic Committee, by the private sector, to support competitions and races, or the team themselves. We have, for example, a good support entity, a year one, where we placed the logo on the T-shirts, Hertz, for rental car services, I mean offices. And also we have certain support in Dubai, for example. We have the Saudi Championship for rowing sports, supporting the people in Dubai, for example. The same in Jeddah, in Riyadh, the internal rowing sports. So the support coming from the private sector is very important, and for any entity wishing to get engaged in the rowing sport, ensuring again anyone exercising this, of course, exercising the rowing sports will be always smiling. It is engaging, it is exciting, and it is really lovable. Thank you. Mr. Darwish.
For sure, you have this kind of experience, a lot of experience, a different experience, and a creative experience in the industry of creating investment opportunities for the private sector in Europe and at the global scale. So how can benefit from your experience in Saudi Arabia, and you have your own experience, and you know the reality of the sports in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. أعتقد أحد الأشياء التي تعلم
and it has many goals. The sport of cycling has the ability for government, for example, to support participation infrastructure. Clearly, the infrastructure is being put down. I've been lucky enough to attend the Sports Boulevard, the cycling paths that have been created in Alula. Roshan, the property developer, are now including bicycle paths into their developments, new cities and communities. So that infrastructure from a government side is very important. And then the private sector, I think, can deliver innovation, performance and commercialisation to that ecosystem. Seeing the ambition here in the Kingdom, bringing global partners who, obviously everybody in the last number of years has been taking notice of the investment on a global scale going into the Kingdom, and everybody wants to be a part of it. But it's got to also deliver. It can't just be investment for the sake of investment. From a cycling point of view, we believe alongside with the Federation, we have, in fact, the President and I have a WhatsApp group together, and the title of the WhatsApp group is Making History Together. We want to get 1 million Saudi citizens cycling in the next 10 years. That doesn't happen overnight. It's happened in other countries with the right public-private partnerships put in place. Also, tourism is another big driver for investment returns, and I think the Kingdom has already seen that. The amount of people in the last 5 years that have asked me, what's it like to cycle in the Kingdom? The roads are excellent. The scenery is amazing. So sports tourism can also be another driver for the Kingdom in terms of cycling. Previously around the world, governments have supported cycling from an event point of view because it drives visitors, and the Alula Tour has seen that being successful over the last 5 years. So the return for Alula in particular from an events point of view with the Alula Tour has been significant. The global broadcast has shown Alula in the most spectacular fashion to television viewers around the world. And then our professional cycling team is bringing the Alula name around the world. We want to do that on a local and national level now with the Federation to help develop the sport here in the Kingdom, and we need government support. I mean, you were talking earlier on about the expense of cycling, and that is true. But for example, in other countries in Europe in the last about 10 years, they've created things like a bike to work scheme where somebody spends €1,000 on a bicycle, they get €1,000 off their tax bill. The Kingdom can also do something similar with the Ministry of Finance Quality of Life programme, saying we want people to ride because they'll be healthier, happier citizens, and that's our ambition, is to get in the next 10 years 1 million people cycling, not competing, but riding bicycles who are not currently riding bicycles. So we want government and private Saudi commercial operations to join with us in this ambitious project and get 1 million Saudi citizens cycling in the next 10 years.
ما شاء الله. أستاذ محمد، يعني تحدثت قبل قليل عن جزء هام جدا من
a very important part of investment in retail, but at the
مواضيع الاستثمار.
This kind of experience in sports investment, how can we elevate the sports reality to the next level and elevate and increase the number of investors and creating a new ecosystem for the Saudi sports. As a matter of fact, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is attractive to sports investment in 3 phases. Now we have the Vision 2030 focusing on the quality of life and its link to sports and hosting expo. We have a clear milestone. The sports investment is fully manifested globally and locally by hosting World Cup and direct and you can find sports in each aspect of life, the indirect manner. And for the quality of life, to increase the life expectancy, we are talking about sports and sports routine for the Saudi people, the fertile ground, and the approach and the policy of the government and the national targets all create this kind of investment to create a attractive investment ecosystem. The Saudi society is our society is sports oriented society. The answer is affirmative. During the pandemic and during the lockdown, and when we got out of the pandemic, people people racing to the nature, through cycling and the different sports such as rowing. And I think that we have never I think that we in the past we didn't fully realize the importance of practicing different sports, but right now we have untapped this kind of potentials, and using and leverage our environment for practicing different sports. And we have discovered that in this part of the world we can exercise and practice this sports in different season around the world. And the prime example is Qatar wallet, and we right now we have a huge appetite for healthy lifestyle, such as healthy foods and the physical fitness, and this can be applied to the Ray, Al Murabba, Roshan, and the National Housing Company as a national players. They have huge investment opportunities in traditional and non-traditional sectors. The investment opportunities can be unlocked and tap through our highly professional human resources, and through the financing options, and the accessibility to finance, and I think we have outperformed other parts of the world in this regard, because we have a safe environment. We have a vision. We have a vision in a place which open new horizons, and created a fertile ground and untapped potentials. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia comes at the top of such countries. Mr. Abdulaziz highlighted the development of cycling and reducing the cost of cycling, and this is make us asking about the initiatives in modern to increase increase the manufacturing of sports equipment to reduce the cost and to be affordable for all. This question as an extension to my answer in the first point, creating the industrial clusters. We focus on the value chain of sports sectors. For the food clusters, we have the largest food clusters in Jeddah, which focus on the food supplements. And last year we launched the machinery clusters to localize supply chain in equipment sector, especially the sports equipment and devices. But we have a challenge in sports equipment because we have accelerated growth and development. So investment in this vital sector is very cautious. For this food supplements is faster, and but wearable and equipment, we notice difficulty in taking decisions because of the ever evolving situations. And we have developed in partnership with the private sector solutions to develop ready products and warehouses to complete the supply chain. This is from the industrial and the logistics aspect. And so, Mr. Abdulaziz, in the pipeline, we will have a lot of flagship events that will take place in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So I think this can can create a responsibility to represent our country well. So what is the role of the private sector in this regard, and how could you communicate with the private sector to showcase the opportunities in this regard? As a matter of fact, we have a marketing department and the communication at a close contact with the different sectors, which could help support and promote the sports and cycling in particular. No doubt, on annual basis, we host the largest global event, which is Al-Ola Tour, one of the largest cycling competition, which help us to raise the quality of organization and to leverage the scale of this competition to provide this kind of exposures to our athletes to reach advanced levels at the international level. Today we are a key partner with the private sector. The private sector is the centerpiece in the development of sports. We have a pool of talents, and we discovered a pool of talents, and we have achieved advanced levels, but they need development and support, training, camping outside the country. This is the strategy, let alone the strategy that we have put in place. Right now, we engage other sectors to invest in the Saudi talent and in cycling in particular. So this is our top priority, to engage the private sector to contribute to the development of our national talents and to enable them and to empower them to reach international levels, advanced international levels. We can see huge and massive opportunities for the private sector in cycling. As a federation, it's our duty and mandate to help and support the private sector investment and development to be part to raise the flag of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in other places, and for the private sector to create revenue streams for the private sector and to be part of this community development. Mr. Abdulaziz, you have a competitiveness part at the level of the federations and the clubs, but the school club federation, it's not merely interested in competitiveness, but create and build a national talent for the future to realize Vision 2030. So how can this kind of endeavor and push reflected on the level of the federation, and how to integrate the school sports could be an effective tool to create a high-performing athlete in the future? The Saudi School Sports Federation is the bank of talent and the pool of talent. Our federation, in a partnership with the other federation, have opened new areas to explore new talents and scouts for new talents in partnering up with the Olympic and the Paralympic committees, and in a partnership with the private sector to support and nurture this kind of talents. As today we didn't support only school or the federation. You are support the push and the career, the full career, professional career of such champions who would chart and shape the future of the entire industry. So we are interested and keen on developing the school sports infrastructure in close cooperation and synergy with the key stakeholders and the schools across neighborhood. We have a school or two schools in each neighborhood or district for males and females, boys and the girls. The Tatweer company right now has a vision to develop a strategic to develop the school infrastructure, sports structure, and to support the school to run such kind of facilities and assets. So our federation is urging investors to build the champions, and we open our hearts and mind, our heart and mind for each company, for any private or public sectors. For public and private sectors, Mr. Ali, recently there is a conversation about the development of the how the sports federation can develop activities to attract investments. So what are your initiatives to support this kind of endeavor to diversify your income and to attract investment? Supporting the sports federation as a Saudi citizen, as a business community and corporate, we have a role to play to develop the community, to support the community and the entire society. So we take it as we take it as a part of our supporting the community through the sports federation, and right now, as you know, that the majority of our population under 20 and 25. This is the demographic structure, and this is a national duty to support this kind of federations, and we ask ourselves as investors each company, each organization have their own budget to invest it, which is investment in community. So when I support rowing or a chess federation or any kind of federation, just name it, I play my role to support my community. And this is investment in itself. And no one of us in our organizations have specific considerable financial resources to support the corporate social responsibility. I think this is a very important destination for the community engagement and supporting and promoting sports and supporting our national talents. From this context, in this context, we have a lot of proposals how to allocate our financial resources for this kind of corporate social responsibility in Kingdom Saudi Arabia. When you invest in countries, it's different from in other countries or jurisdictions across the world. So such kind of countries, they have their own infrastructure and structure fully matured, but we are still at the very beginning. For the rowing, the rowing federation, we are it's still nascent federation. Without we don't have this kind of larger facilities for rowing. In if you need ROIU invest infrastructure. As a company, you invest in real estate. You in something which can be used to support sports, and this is kind of investment has a value in itself. Not just have a logo or an ad at the playground, but we build sports federations for rowing or any other sport. Cycling, name it, you build this kind of infrastructure that's highly required for the future, and it has a value, and this value will flourish and grow and will attract and bring about sponsorship. And I think it's very important. It's very important, and such kind of and this is as I said. You invest in grassroots. Mr. Darish, Mr. Ali addressed the infrastructure and the existing infrastructure and how to be developed to be the cornerstone for sports investment in Saudi Arabia. However, there are a lot of aspects or forms, different forms of investment through your experience, global experience, investment in infrastructure, investment in talents, investment in technology, sports technology. And it's very instrumental how to enhance this kind of investment in the future. And what is your advice to Federation to develop a product to attract and
it's a good question. One of the things that has struck me since I've been coming to the Kingdom for the last 5 years is we talk about investment in terms of financial, in terms of government, but it's also human investment. And I can see that the Saudi population, number one, you are a fundamentally happy people, which is a good starting point for any endeavour, be it sporting or business. But you're also very proud in the nation, proud in your flag, proud in what this country stands for. So youngsters need role models. And to get these sporting role models, we need to invest in the grassroots. When they perform, the country feels better about itself. And that's worked all over the world. When national teams perform at the highest level, the productivity of the country increases. And that will happen and is happening here in the Kingdom. When you see your Saudi athletes perform at the highest level around the world, your national pride goes up and your productivity goes up. We also have a women's team. We hired we're very proud to say, we hired the first ever female Saudi professional cyclist, Marouj Adil. She's a fantastic ambassador for the sport. She's a fantastic ambassador for the Kingdom. So putting that investment into youngsters. I come from a small country on the western edge of Europe called Ireland. Our national jersey is green, like the Saudi national jersey, and I was lucky enough to wear the national jersey on a couple of occasions. So I know what it means to be proud to wear the green jersey and go and represent your country. And that has to be the ultimate goal here, is to see Saudi athletes perform at the highest level in Olympic and elite professional sports. So getting the grassroots right, putting those pathways in place. I'm very happy that, with the Cycling Federation, with our global performance team, we're putting those pathways in place to ensure that we get the right talent identification program. Again, the Kingdom's in a very lucky position with Humane Sport to have, who were speaking here yesterday, to have one of the most innovative sport AI companies in the world. So you've got a competitive edge already. And I think generally just the newfound passion for sport in this Kingdom, it's going to produce champions, whether we put great systems in place or not, frankly. But I think it'll do an awful lot better job if, at the federation grassroots level, we put those development pathways in place and just create national pride, which is just obviously there anyway.
جميل ما ثارت
Mr. Darash has draw our attention to invest in grassroots and the sports technology with the leap in the huge leap in artificial intelligence as well. Even in Saudi Arabia. So what are the areas in which we can invest in sports technology? Kingdom of Saudi Arabia raises the bar and figures come from international sources. We have raised the bar, especially in sports. So I could claim that we will host the best edition of the World Cup, and which cannot make any kind of success without technology and AI. We cannot ignore or so I cannot answer what other the technological sectors in sports because I don't have this kind of knowledge. But for sure and for certain, raising the bar, hosting the best ever edition in Expo and World Cup it's incompetent on us to keep up with the changes across the world and in terms of technology and entrepreneurship. Our government agencies pay the due attention to sports leveraging AI technologies and take for example the agencies handling such kind of such kind of tools uh, uh, which with the ultimate goal to support our athletes and to drive the sports ecosystem. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Has significantly contributed to create this kind of attractive ecosystems and hosting the sports events which desperately need technology such as crowd management and ticketing system. So we challenge ourselves to reach the best ever edition of the World Cup. The Kingdom since 2016 up to date, we haven't hosted events. We haven't without giving the highest performance ever and giving the best edition ever of this kind of events. And this is moved to speaking about the local content in sports. So what about the local content in sports for you in modern and government agencies? How can we enhance the local content presence in sports products manufacturing and organizing sports events? As a matter of fact, local content is a major concern and the preoccupation of the Saudi officials who are pushing forward towards localization of the local content, including the mandatory list for the local content. Modern plays a central role in local content through the localization of supply chains. For instance, one of the key things that we do, we take a project and look into the suppliers and the vendors, and we localize the local content in cooperation with the international national vendors, who do to do matchmaking, to do upgrade. As I said, the sports sector is one of the key enablers of industrial sector, and it plays a pivotal role to drive the industrial sports, the industrial sector. Modern Ministry of Investment, the local content authority, we are working in tandem and in synergy to kick off dedicated programs to enhance and improve the local content, such as building stadiums and playgrounds. Thank you. I extend my thanks to you all, Mr. Abdulaziz Shohrani, and Mr. Abdulaziz As-Sadat, Secretary General of the Saudi Federation of School Sports, and Mr. Ali Hussein Rida, the chairman of the Saudi Rowing Federation, and Mr. Darash Makwad, the senior consultant of Al Ala Tour, and Mr. Muhammad Khalid Al Muhammadi from Retail, and special thanks to Mr. Naif Al Darwish, the director of partnerships at Modern. My sincere appreciation and thanks to this panel discussion, and hopefully that this session was insightful session and enriching session. Thank you.
MMS سبورتس تفتح الفرصة لعلامتك التجارية لتكون جزءاً من أهم الأحداث الرياضية. اجعل علامتك التجارية محط الأنظار. تواصل معنا على hello@mms.net.
So as we've just explored, the sports investment landscape is rapidly evolving, opening up new horizons, new markets, and new opportunities that will define the next phase of growth for the industry. But beyond the financial and commercial dimensions, there is a broader and increasingly important impact emerging, one that is shaping the very fabric of our cities. From infrastructure development and mobility to livability, culture, and innovation, sport is becoming a powerful catalyst for urban transformation. So in this final panel, we'll explore a key question. How can we fully harness the power of sport to drive urban innovation and create smarter, more dynamic, and more connected cities? And I'm delighted to be moderating this next panel. And please join me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Angus Buchanan, Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of the Sports Consultancy, Mr. Salman Al-Khataf, Advisor to the CEO at the Quality of Life Program, Mr. Ahmed Al-Ghor, Executive Vice President of Investment Structuring and Management at Sports Boulevard. Testing, yes, we're on. Okay, so across Saudi Arabia and the world, sport is no longer just entertainment. It's becoming a powerful engine for urban transformation, economic diversification, and global positioning. We're seeing cities reimagined through sport, not just through mega events. Through integrated destinations like Qiddiya and the Riyadh Sports Boulevard, through the nationwide impact of the FIFA World Cup 2034, and major regeneration projects like Jeddah Central Project, apologies. So they aren't just sports projects, they're city-building strategies. And today, hopefully, we're going to answer three key questions. How do sports cities actually drive economic growth? What role do innovation and technology play? And how do partnerships unlock long-term value? So let's establish first why sports cities matter. And I'd love to start with you, Ahmed, because I mentioned Riyadh Sports Boulevard. I believe you've already delivered phase one of the project.
Absolutely.
If you haven't been to Sports Boulevard, I greatly encourage you to go because it's really amazing. I go there almost every weekend. So when people look on projects like Sports Boulevard, they see lifestyle, parks, and public spaces. But behind that, there's a bigger economic and investment story. So could you tell us why a project like this matters and why Sports Boulevard for Riyadh?
Sure. So you're right. Many people, when they think about sports developments or sports-led developments, they really think about cycling paths and walkways and sports-focused opportunities that we are delivering to the city. But the way we see it is we see it as a catalyst. It is an economic catalyst, both from value creation to the landowners, both to as institutional grade investment opportunities, to the general quality of life within the city. Now, to us, we believe that healthy cities create wealthy cities. And so the offering of Sports Boulevard within Riyadh, the location of that master plan, what we are offering the access that we are giving to the masses, this allows for demand attraction. It allows for the masses to interact with the project. It allows for investors to see the footfall and to see what it is that we are creating. And this leads us away from, so it's sports-led, but it's not only sports-focused. The overarching motif is that it is sports, it is healthy living, micro-mobility, interconnectivity to the city. However, what we really are giving is a full urban transformation to allow access to the people of Riyadh, the residents and the visitors and the investors alike, the opportunity to be able to participate in what is now becoming a trending lifestyle.
So it's about building community, strengthening that community.
Exactly.
Speaking of community, Salman, as the quality of life program, I think for our international guests, it'd be great if you could explain what those pillars are and what is the quality of life program?
Thank you for that big question. And please allow me to elaborate a little bit about the quality of life as a concept, not as a program in Saudi Arabia. Because we believe in the philosophy of quality of life. Actually, quality of life is a result of the interaction between the livability and the lifestyle in the city, where we define the livability as the infrastructure, the city itself, the buildings, the spaces, while the lifestyle is the life happening, the content created, the social interactions happens in the city. These two elements, when they integrate together, the result is quality of life. So from that angle, I believe that sport in this context is not just a sector among others. It's a very fine thread that ties three main dimensions to the quality of life. And I would elaborate on them as follows. First dimension is the health and economics of the city. We know practicing sport increases the public health, and we measure that in Vision 2030, and we have reached so far, we actually overcome the 2030 targets. Before Vision 2030, the percentage of people practicing sport was like 13%. Today we have reached 52 or 51.
52%.
52%.
Wow. And that was achieved in how many years?
Since
Just only a couple,
2015, 10 years.
Yeah.
10 years. And this is the first dimension where we measure the health of the people. Do they really practice sport? Do they really practice physical activities? And the answer, because we incentivize this, is yes. Number two, or the second element of the first dimension is the GDP. The GDP contributed by sports sector in Saudi Arabia in 2016 was 2.4 billion SAR. Today, we're talking about 10 plus, and we are aiming to 18 billion SAR by 2030. That's the first dimension, the health and economy. The second dimension is the urban and social, where we believe the public space can be transformed from passive corridor, like Sport Boulevard, for example. It used to be a passive transportation road. Today, it is a mean of social activities where people can meet, where people can practice sport, do nice things, meet each other, buy things, and exercise sport. The third dimension is the city competitiveness, where we measure the rank of Saudi cities among other cities in quality of life. That has multiple dimensions, one of which is the ability of the city to attract talent, the offering of healthier lifestyles in the city, and these things are scoring well in Saudi cities as well.
I think we definitely see that in Saudi culture. Saudis try and get any opportunity to go outside, no?
Sure.
So here we have something that is going to, that glue of the community. Angus, I want to use your international lens and your experience. Why do sports cities matter?
Sports cities matter because they sit, as Salman well said, at the integration of health, economy, and the one thing I think perhaps you didn't touch on, but equally with many of our clients is as important, is identity. So from a health and wellness perspective, sports cities create the focus for their local populations and the programming to bring people into sports participation, which has the health benefits which you mentioned. From an economic perspective, generating jobs in terms of within the health and wellness sector, within retail, where there are mixed-use developments, and within the event sector. And equally, I think, as we have seen many, many times, sports cities are very good at generating value add for the investments, which I think, Ahmed, you touched on. Second, they're a very good anchor for regeneration and for generation of cities, so for city development. And then finally, for identity, clearly within the cities, not all cities, but many sports cities have significant and iconic venues which are hosting major sports events. And those are generating significant international presence and destination place marketing value in international markets to promote that city. But I think the final thing I would say is that sports cities matter differently depending on the city's stage of development. So I think early on, they're a very good focal point for government, for policy and for investment, and to catalyse investment. And I think later on, as cities, some of which I'll touch on later, reach maturity, it becomes much more systemic in the way in which you go about developing the city as a sports city.
And let's go one step further. Which sports cities models truly work and which ones don't?
I would actually slightly challenge the premise a little bit. I think some of the best examples of what we might consider sports cities are cities where sport is much more embedded. They probably don't necessarily narrowly think of themselves as sports cities. It's not about the iconic venues and the major sports events that they host. It's about the density of sports participation and the depth of the ecosystem and the supply chain that sits around those cities. And we would always say that much of the ecosystem and the depth of participation has done the heavy lifting well before the ribbon is cut on the opening of a new sports facility. So the classic examples, and they're probably ones that are well known to the audience and to the panelists, would be Melbourne. Melbourne in Australia, we have worked with for the 2 decades that we've been in business. They have some of the most high-profile events in the world with F1, with the Australian Open, with the Boxing Day Test, with the Ashes Series, and they have some of the most iconic venues in the world, with the MCG, which actually was born out of the 1956 Olympics, and with the Rod Laver Arena. But it's not those venues that now, as a mature sports city, make that city successful. It's the fact that community sport is so well connected to the elite sports and to the elite sports venues. They're extremely well coordinated between state government with Visit Victoria, and I know I'm speaking to an Australian, Visit Victoria.
It's all familiar for me, yeah.
And the precursor to that was Victoria Major Events Company, who coordinates with the city on behalf of the city to deal with programming of major events. And the state government has also invested in around 350, 400 community sports facilities over the years. So it's worked extremely well as a sports city, but it's now at a level of maturity where it's always it's sort of an endemic part of their DNA, but I think it's less self-consciously that they promote themselves as a sports city because it's just so endemic.
Yeah, and as I grew up in Australia, so I would add to that even in the school curriculum, sport is so embedded that it's something that we really grow up with. I know you charge by the hour for this professional advice, but I'm going to be cheeky here and ask you what mistakes should Saudi Arabia avoid when designing sports cities?
Okay, so this is not a Saudi Arabia problem. It's a problem everywhere we work in the world. I think the first thing to avoid is, and again, I stress it's not just here, but it's what we might call building the house from the roof down. So it's about building and investing in the systems of sports participation and the ecosystem alongside in parallel, ideally ahead of the major venues that you build. I could get a little bit more granular and specific and say that we in the last 10 years have worked much more with major stadia on 365 day of the year programming. And what has become increasingly clear to us is that some of those stadia needed, or the city governments in which they're sited, needed to have thought more about planning and zoning. So I'll give you some examples. We work with Bernabeu, Real Madrid, which is now subject to a number of injunctions and legal actions, preventing them from hosting concerts. Because they're in a densely populated, quite wealthy residential area. The same happens within my home country, the UK. Twickenham is within the borough of Richmond, very well resourced, very wealthy, very densely populated, and they won't allow them to hold concerts, so to monetize year round. So I think planning and zoning. 2, connectivity. You talked about that in terms of connectivity, really important across the venue, between the venue and the major city. 3, build with good data. So make sure that, I mean, we as a company sit on 1,500 years of trading data cumulatively. We're announcing a partnership today with 4 global high-tech demand and supply tools, and we do a lot with fan and data analytics to look at programming, to work with good data. And 4, as I said, recognize that as much as anything, it's about investing in the community and the systems of sport around the venues in parallel with the venues themselves, so that you have that endemic sports usage that fills up those facilities.
I just want to touch on those examples, Ahmed. Was there anything that Angus said that resonated? Were there any international models or lessons that Sports Boulevard took inspiration from, or perhaps took those lessons and are applying?
Absolutely. And really, the key thing that we did is a change of mindset. Where
A change of
mindset.
Mindset.
Where we did not view the public realm as a sunk cost or a beautification program. The way we see it is the public realm is actually the ultimate asset class that enables everything else. So taking examples of the High Line in New York or King's Cross in London, and we saw from those experiments or from those developments how creating a beautiful public realm that is open to all, that is not gated, that is not in a pocket somewhere around the city or in the outskirts of the city, really helps drive value. And what we saw is that when we really intertwined the public realm with the private development opportunities, the investment market really was very attracted to that, because it is part and parcel of the city. We cross it west to east. We cut Riyadh west to east on Prince Mohammed bin Salman Road. When His Royal Highness the Crown Prince came up with the vision, it was not just an urban transformation or urban regeneration, it was a 360-degree sustainable offering to Riyadh. And what makes us special, and this is a lesson that we've learned, is that we are not limited by the boundary of the project. Because we cut through all of Riyadh, west to east, across 35 kilometers on MBS Road alone, we are entrenched and organically embedded within all of the neighborhoods we cross. And so this allowed us to be able to differentiate our offering across the multiple demographics, all socioeconomic scales. We benefited from the metro stations that are within the project. So we are promoting micromobility. We are promoting the alternatives to just, Riyadh is typically a car city. We're promoting those alternatives of public transportations. And so all of these little lessons that we've implemented in the overall program are learned from all of these regenerations that happened around the world. And so what many see as, fine, I have to do some landscaping and plant some trees, we see it as an ultimate investment in order to drive growth and value in the future.
So you're almost kind of like becoming the artery of the city. You're complementing all the urban planning. I want to move on to innovation technology. It seems like every day there is some new technology we're trying to be sold, and there's in health or making life easier or efficiency or more efficient. Is technology solving real problems in sports cities, Angus, or are we over-engineering them?
Yes and no. So I think that with sport, with many other sectors too, but with sport particularly, we tend to kind of use it as a tech showcase. So whether we're talking about new turnstile technology, digital wallets, crowdflow, digital twins, all of the things which you'll be very familiar with. Sometimes, though, in our experience, there's a sense of creating an app for app's sake. There are solutions looking for problems, and they are kind of impressively unnecessary in many cases. So I think from a technological perspective, we would say that anything which, as the sort of acid test, anything which adds complexity without increasing sports participation or the consumption of sport is questionable, unnecessary. Anything conversely which removes friction and eases the experience of consuming or participating in sport and kind of disappears into the experience. And there are many very good examples of that, from digital wallets, again, to integrated stadia and transportation apps. I'm an Arsenal fan, so I have to grudgingly respect Tottenham Hotspur's technology in that regard, that allows fans to get in-seat beverages and food, that allows them to understand quick and easy egress from stadia, that does demand loading and dynamic pricing across sports facilities at community level. All of those things tend to just improve and enhance the experience, and as I said, just disappear into the experience. And that's when I think you really know that tech is working well.
Yeah, and off the back of that, Salman, I want to bring it to you, because I would imagine that you're using innovation and tech to measure whether people are actually using these spaces.
Exactly. Actually, the most important thing to measure in quality of life is not how much we build, because that's obvious, and we measure that, but how much people is living a worth living life. This is the very important question. That's why we measure throughout multi-layer system of measurements, where definitely the digital twin digital spatial measurements is one of them, to track exactly what's happening everywhere. But moreover that, another layer, which is behavioral and digital layer, people are using services that is related to sport, for example. In our case, we have the Sport for All Federation helping us measuring the real interaction and happening with the app, whether they practicing or measuring their steps or whatsoever. Also, the third layer, which is the survey-based layer, that been done on a national level by statistical authority or from sport ministry or from any other entities, and we do that as well in quality of life. The fourth layer, which is the outcome. Okay, people are practicing sport. Are they becoming healthier or not? That's the end result questions, and we measure that as well. With 4 layers, we can answer almost every question when it comes to quality of life, and we are developing our tools and testing new technologies along the way.
Seems like you have a pretty solid processes there. And speaking of usage, Ahmed, Sports Boulevard isn't just a sports destination, but how do you ensure that it becomes a part of daily life and it's not something that people visit occasionally?
Great question. So Sports Boulevard is one of the projects that is not gated, right? And just the master plan in and of itself encourages people because it will be part of their daily life. The fact that it's located where it is, crossing through the neighborhoods it does, and so whether you're going to work or you want to cross the street or you want to grab something to eat, you want to exercise, this is the great destination. We have something like about 2 million people within the city are within a 15-minute cycling, radius, right? They can get to Sports Boulevard. And so it's not, we don't really see it as a destination. We see it as an add-on to the city, right? We see it as complementary and raising the standard that we believe that the citizens of Riyadh deserve. And so it is not for example, if you're going to the movies or a theme park or something where you just go, you experience it once and you leave, there's always something to do. The activations are running all year round. We are creating an atmosphere where you want to go there even if you don't really want to exercise, even if you just want to hang out, grab something to eat. We have great retail and F&B offerings. It's just a place that is built to standards that allows people to just enjoy being there. And it will make their lives much easier considering the connectivity to the bus routes, the micromobility solutions that we have, the metro stations that are on the boulevard itself. And so we don't see it as a destination to visit, but rather as a part of everyday life to become.
Yeah, and just remind us, how many phases are there and when are they expected to be, when is Sports Boulevard project expected to be finished?
So Sports Boulevard extends for 135 kilometers. It starts from Wadi Hanifa on the western side of the city, and then it cuts the city on Prince Mohammed bin Salman Road, all the way to Janadriya Road, and then it goes up from King Fahd Stadium to Bin Ban. So everything I just told you is a cycling path and walkway. With the exception of on Prince Mohammed bin Salman Road, we also have rooms for private sector investments and participation. Now, we've already opened up phase one, so we have the Wadi Hanifa portion that's open. We have the promenade, which is on the beginning of Prince Mohammed bin Salman Road, that's ready. Our Sand Sports Park up in Northeast is also complete and beautiful, and a must visit for cycling enthusiasts and desert enthusiasts. And I believe that we have a portion to be open every fiscal year, right? So that by the time...
So say that again, every fiscal year?
Every fiscal year, we're planning on opening up a portion of the project. And what you see now, however beautiful it is, it's only going to get better.
Yeah. Yeah, wow, very ambitious. And another aspect of it is that it's blending public leadership with increasing private sector participation. So when you're structuring these partnerships, are investors today more driven by the iconic flagship assets or by predictable long-term return models that build over time?
So the flagship and iconic assets are what gets them interested. Our economics is what gets them to commit. So the program as a whole, our iconic assets, our public realm, all the money we're spending on landscape and infrastructure, this piques their interest. But then once they come in and sit at the table and see the plethora of opportunities that we have, how we're structuring our deals, what is the offering, the long-term predictability and visibility of our investment opportunities, that's what gets them to commit. And that's what has been successful for us in the past, where we closed some significant transactions. We have a few more to announce this year. And so far the trend has just been moving upwards. And it is they understand the value of what it is we are creating. And the institutional grade offering that we have, whether it's the iconic assets such as the Global Sports Tower or the amphitheater, or our public realm, all of those elements tell a great story when coupled with solid, fundamental metrics and economics. And so far it's been successful, and we hope to continue doing the same.
And Angus, going off the back of what Ahmed said, your international experience, what actually gives investors the confidence to commit to commit long-term to sports infrastructure, and perhaps what makes them hesitate?
I think investors are very attracted to sport, but they much prefer it when it behaves just like real estate.
I guess it's more anticipated, right? Those models of anticipation.
Exactly. So I think that the first thing is the fundamentals. So the political and economic stability, good governance, good policy, predictable environment. After that, as Ahmed said, it's about putting that within predictable but diversified revenue streams, and then. I think if we use the experience, again, we've done a lot of work with using an international example with the London Olympic Park. We started working with that prior to the Olympic bid, when Stratford, the area in which it's located, was one of the most economically disadvantaged areas in Europe. And so the first, most important transformation, and that was the political considerations and conditions for the support of the bid, was to transform that very, very poor area of London through the bid. But actually, the much more important piece of development was what came next in its legacy mode. And so the important lessons from that are, for your key assets, you need one or a number of anchor tenants. So in that case, we obviously have West Ham in the stadium, and then we have UCL and Loughborough universities in the park. You need really good mixed use, so we have fantastic retail with Westfield. And then it goes beyond that into community sports facilities, with Greenwich operating as operating many of the facilities in their transition mode away from Olympic Games. And that creates the sort of environment where investors start to feel more confident in the asset as an investment opportunity.
So good mixed use, community sports facilities,
Correct.
And key assets.
Yeah.
And I know you work a lot with governments and their entities. What is something that governments misunderstand about what investors want?
I think again, probably we'll slightly repurpose what I said, but the common mistake is to build venues as event destinations and not to build them as long-term sports facilities, especially in a mix for everyday use. I think that's the most common mistake that we see. It's really exciting to have a piece of statement architecture as an iconic venue hosting 20 spectacular events a year, but a sports facility or a mix of sports facilities hosting 300 events a year is an economic engine, and that is what is investable. So I think it has to always go beyond event mode, and most of our work is thinking about long-term usage, using trading data and demand and supply analysis, which I said we have an enormous amount of, to make sure that if you give us a zip code, we can pretty much tell you what will work in that facility or mix of facilities in a mixed-use development, both in terms of gap analysis and using sort of population level and participation data to really help you understand where there's likely to be demand, both within the sporting and the wider leisure context, and including in terms of businesses and conferencing and everything else for those facilities, to get that mix right.
And to bring in quality of life here, what partnerships are essential to ensure that quality of life is a long-term ambition, it's not just a policy goal, and something that people experience day to day?
Well, if you ask me, when do we say quality of life has become real? My answer is this. When the citizen lives it every day and doesn't realize this is a public policy.
Yeah.
So, therefore, we look to our partnerships from 4 multiple layers, let's say. First, G2G, government to government. When, for example, the Sport Boulevard has started as RCRC project, now it became standalone entity, enabled by multiple government entities, and this is kind of partnership we're looking for from G2G. Number 2, or second layer, the private sector, PPP. Example, Sport Boulevard again, investment. It is a lifestyle investment, so people has to find experience, not the retail shops only. So, and this is important. Number 3 is the community to government. When we partner with community, and Quality of Life has incentivized multiple initiatives and funded multiple of them to host big events, to set volunteering opportunities, thousands of sport activities happening in Riyadh and other cities, and this is partnership between the community and the government. The 4th layer is the knowledge partnership, where we look for always with the right knowledge houses, let's say. We partner with universities, with consulting firms, with experience houses, where we find best practices, not to adapt them as is, but to modify them to fit the Saudi context. So in a nutshell, this is how we look at the partnerships from multiple angles, and we believe quality of life only happens when these all works together.
Yeah. And Ahmed, I just want to ask you, because I'm sure a lot of people are interested in what Sports Boulevard has to offer. I know you touched on it before, but are there any other investable opportunities that you can think of that are worth mentioning?
So definitely we do, and we are phasing these opportunities to go in line with the development of the public realm. We initially had 2.3 million square meters of GFA offered for the private sector. We are seriously considering increasing that amount because of because of pretty much the appetite that we're seeing. So far we've closed 2 significant transactions for mixed-use developments within Sports Boulevard, and I'd like to note the fact that these are within the park. So these are not adjacent, right, or sort of offset. These are within the park. They are catered to everyone within this beautiful public realm, and so we are really embodying the live, work, play approach. And so we have plenty more of opportunities to come, some as early as the next quarter to be floated to market, and we plan on doing between 1 to 2 major transactions per year for the next 4 or 5 years. We want to deal with the best developers locally, regionally, and internationally. We've already been successful in raising significant amount of capital, including foreign direct investments straight into the project. And we believe that by the end of the program, it will truly be a one-of-a-kind project that the city is deserving of. And so stay tuned. We're going to be reaching out to many, many more people, and hopefully you'll start seeing groundbreakings very soon.
I think you're right. It's one-of-a-kind project. I don't know anything really that is of this scale. And I think actually by the time you finish, you might even get a Guinness World Record or something of longest walkway.
It's the longest linear park in the world, the largest urban transformation program in the world. If you ask me, the nicest project in the world. But it is. And the interesting thing that I would like to note is that because of the nature of the project, we do touch on almost every other major project in the city, whether it's on the western end, Misk City and Diriyah Gate, whether it's our adjacency to King Abdullah Financial District, how we loop around Princess Noura University, our simple connectivity that's going to be down towards the southern part of the city, how we're adjacent to the new airport, King Salman International Airport. And because of that micro-mobility offering, you really will be able to get all around.
Well, I can't wait till it's finished. Hopefully I'll still be in Riyadh when it's finished. Just to wrap up, what will define success? Iconic destinations or cities where sport is a part of everyday life? I'd like you to start.
I think it's a trick question, because I think the answer is both. So I think where we've seen success is where beyond the iconic destination, you are building those embedded sports communities and that deeper ecosystem. And I think one kind of final thought I would leave is, sports create a massive halo effect, both for the populations that live in the city, and it inspires them to participate at the elite sports and the major venues with the major events. But that in and of itself isn't enough if you have built systemically around that what you need to continue to develop sports participation. And we're seeing a new trend, newish trend, around sports clusters like we work with Ciudad de Deportes in Madrid with Atletico Madrid, which is now putting around, and actually there's a Saudi relevance there because it's Riyadh Air who sponsors the stadium, Atleti, and we're seeing that the city development of a major sports cluster with Top Golf, with a wave garden, with an athletics track, with one of the largest indoor music venues in the world, backed by private equity, and we're seeing the same thing with SoFi, with Hollywood Park. And there are other developments like this that are bubbling up where I think probably answers that question really well, because it is both iconic venue and it's successful sports city, and in that case, a very discrete, self-contained cluster. So I think both.
I believe the same. It's not either or, it's and then. So I believe the iconic venues are important as a catalyst for the city integration to make it more sustainable. But the important thing is to build the infrastructure, the infrastructure that will allow the city to develop. but we don't appraise the assets itself. If we build an iconic stadium for a city that isn't living, so it's not worth the investment. I believe it's a catalyst that integrate the city, and we don't build for display, we build for life. So we need to create the need first, make people more vibrant and living, exercising, then we build the assets to meet that need. And I believe the Sport Boulevard has got it right.
Yeah, yeah. And to finish with you, Ahmed, iconic destinations or cities where sport is part of everyday life?
So I'd like to echo on what my fellow panelists have said, especially because we are doing both. And I'd like to thank Salman because he's the biggest Sports Boulevard advocate, right, so far on the panel. We are creating the world's largest global sports tower. And this is an iconic, never before done feat, right, in the world. And this ticks the iconic asset or the iconic flagship development that we're making. It is catered to both the elite athletes and the amateurs and the hobbyists, etc. And so that, coupled with everything else we're doing, we are fundamentally delivering both aspects, because we do believe that you can't really have one success without the other, at least in the capacity of Sports Boulevard.
Well, the scale of ambition is, as you said, one of a kind. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your time. I hope the audience really got a lot of value out of that. And I think we're going to finish with a group photo. There's an agreement that's being signed. So thank you so much, gentlemen, for your wisdom. And if you haven't visited Sports Boulevard, please do go and visit it. It is really, it's a wonderful walk. You can get a coffee there. I believe that there's even a soft opening of a fashion brand tonight. So do get yourself down there.
I want to come and ride it. When can I come and ride? Now? Yeah, great.
Or ride it as well, yeah.
MMS سبورتس تفتح الفرصة لعلامتك التجارية لتكون جزءاً من أهم الأحداث الرياضية. اجعل علامتك التجارية محط الأنظار. تواصل معنا على hello@mms.net.
ladies and gentlemen, we hope you've enjoyed today. Before we draw the day to a close, we'd like to celebrate the agreement that was just signed with a photo opportunity. And the agreement is the strategic partnership aimed at enabling growth by providing banking solutions for sports facilities and others. And this is between MMJS Consulting, the Ministry of Investment, and SAB Bank. So if the representatives would like to come up on stage, and we'll have that photo opportunity. So as we come to the close of day two, what we've seen throughout today's discussions is a sports economy that is increasingly being shaped through collaborations between clubs and investors, entrepreneurs and institutions, the public and private sectors, and increasingly between sport and the cities around it. From diversifying investment models within local clubs to building entrepreneurial ecosystems, unlocking private sector financing, and exploring entirely new investment horizons, one message has been consistent. The future of sport will be built through partnership, innovation, and long-term vision. And perhaps most importantly, we've seen that sport is no longer only about performance on the field. It is about shaping economies, communities, and the environments we live in. Tomorrow, we turn to a dimension of that transformation that is both essential and deeply impactful, a day dedicated to women in sport. Because if sport is about the future of society, then women are central to that future. Thank you so much for attending the sessions today of day two. I look forward to seeing you on day three of the Saudi Sports Investment Forum here in Riyadh. Thank you.